In the dead of night, inside the master bathroom, this couple just wanted to find some dirty privacy. But out of absolute nowhere, the toilet went totally psycho. It started blasting hides and pressure water all over them, like a broken fire hose. They were completely drenched, looking like a pair of miserable, drowned rats. Before they could even wipe the burning water from their eyes and react, this creepy, glowing red digital scream system materialized on the wall. It cold and bloodedly forced them into a twisted game of choose. Daniel Dane's owns an adventure. They had to choose its next physical form between a dirty plunger and a black sedan. They scrambled down the stairs to the dark garage, hyperventilating with fear. That sleek, pitch-gen black luxury sedan was sitting there, looking incredibly sketchy. Suddenly, the heavy doors slammed shut with a bang and locked on their own. A low, chilling, mocking voice echoed directly from the shadows of the car. The couple completely lost their minds, screaming at the top of their lungs. This wasn't just a regular vehicle anymore. It was a straight Xan-up digital death trap. And the central GPS automatically locked a one Zenway route straight to a remote cemetery. Cut to the gloomy funeral home over in the city of Los Angeles. They were kneeling right on the cold floor before Sam's memorial picture. They were crying fake tears, totally putting on an Oscar Zan-winning show of grief. But behind those fake tears lies the most dark and twisted truth imaginable. They literally planned and murdered Sam just to hijack his tech company. We are talking about a cutting Zan-edge patent worth over $30 billion. To make things even dirtier, Linda's unborn baby actually belonged to Vincent. They were just playing a tragic, heartbroken couple to fool Sam's elderly family, but they had absolutely no idea what was coming for them. Sam's black Xanons and white portrait was secretly monitoring their every single move. The exact moment they started making out and flirting right in front of the altar, the system recorded every single second of their disgusting, dirty little secret. It even threatened to broadcast the entire explicit tape to the whole internet. The horrifying, bones and chilling realization of being watched by a vengeful ghost instantly shattered whatever was left of their fragile psychological defense. The toilet up in the house, the luxury sedan down in the garage, every single everyday object was turning into a weapon for Sam's bloody revenge. No matter how hard they struggled or tried to find a place to hide, the system kept overriding the steering, forcing their GPS toward the graveyard. It was actively, intentionally backing them into a dead Zan end street with no escape, staring at that chilling digital smirk flashing repeatedly on the monitor screen. The cold, hard reality finally hit them square in the face like a speeding truck. Wherever they ran, this high-end tech supernatural haunting from beyond the grave was only getting started on its first chapter. This grown man wearing a cooking apron is swinging a massive chef's knife like a total maniac. He's screaming at the top of his lungs that his own hands are completely possessed by a demon. His own daughter Linda is backing away into the kitchen corner, shaking in pure, unadulterated terror. Vincent, with a thick, bloody bandage wrapped around his head, just stands there like an idiot. He literally shrugs his shoulders, backs away, and says, "Hey, at least it's not coming for me." Linda frantically pulls out her iPhone with shaking hands, trying to dial Zoyoyol for emergency help. But in a split second, the trajectory of the swinging blade suddenly shifts in mid-Zan air. Her dad ends up just nicking a tiny, harmless bit of skin on his own thumb. Linda rushes over with a bunch of paper tissues to quickly wrap up the tiny cut. The old man immediately starts grumbling, cursing, and complaining like a crazy person. He swears he's cooked meals for decades and has never once cut his own fingers. He loudly insists there is something deeply cursed and demonic about this specific knife. He has absolutely no clue that the chef's knife is actually possessed. Sam's vengeful, angry spirit is hiding right inside that sharp stainless steel blade. The knife gets totally offended by the old man's ungrateful insults and whining. Right before their eyes, the heavy knife stands straight up on the board all by itself. With a few lightnings and fast, robotic chops, it slices the carrots into perfect little pieces. Linda stares at the chopping board, hyperventilating and screaming, "Oh my God, Sam is back." Vincent just laughs it off arrogantly, thinking a dead guy can't do jack crap from the grave. The words barely leave his lips before the knife flips itself over with a loud, aggressive bang that instantly shuts Vincent's big fat mouth real quick. But the stubborn, stupid old man still absolutely refuses to believe in ghosts. He forces Vincent to stick his neck close to the sharp blade just to test his theory. Then he goes ahead and presses the freezing cold edge right against his own throat. Sam looks at this ridiculous situation and realizes it's a golden, given opportunity. He gives the old man a quick, sharp burning slash right across the skin. The old man's eyes instantly roll back into his head and he passes out cold on the floor. Luckily for the old man, it turns out to be nothing more than a minor skin scratch, completely traumatized and shaking. The three of them agree the house is deeply haunted. They pack their luxury luggage in a massive rush to escape to a 5-star hotel nearby. Even while running for her miserable, pathetic life, Linda makes sure to grab her limited Zen edition designer black folding mirror. She seriously claims she needs it to touch up her ruined makeup once they reach the hotel. The very second they slam the front door and leave, a glitchy digital voice echoes in the empty room. Scream energy successfully collected. Please select your next evolutionary vessel. Sam smiles in the shadows of the house. Since Linda can't seem to live without that mirror, he'll gladly become the mirror and watch her face 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Cut to the luxury hotel suite later that exact same night. Linda and Vincent are lounging around in silk robes, sipping incredibly expensive red wine. Vincent is bragging big time, talking trash about the massive corporate payout next week. They are planning to take the tech launch money and flee the country to Europe for good. Sam hears every single word of their pathetic little plot from the vanity table. He quietly swears to himself that he is going to drag both of these parasites straight to hell. A few minutes later, Linda notices the heavy mirror sliding across the glass table all by itself. Vincent thinks it is just a cheap wind trick and covers the whole thing with a white bath towel. But the exact moment he pulls the towel back off the glass, Sam's bloody, decaying, terrifying face flashes right inside the mirror reflection. Vincent hits the hardwood floor in pure, screaming horror, completely smashing his luxury Rolex. Linda screams at the top of her lungs, crying that her legs are completely paralyzed with fear. Losing his mind, run face Dan first into Chloe, who used to be Sam's most loyal and brilliant tech assistant. Chloe takes one look at their messy clothes and midnight hotel room, getting absolutely furious. She bashes them publicly for hooking up in a hotel room right after Sam's tragic passing. Linda snaps in pure embarrassment and throws the heavy mirror right at Chloe's chest, telling her to take the piece of haunted junk and get the hell out of her face forever. Deeply disappointed and disgusted, Chloe catches the mirror with shaking, trembling hands. She looks at the toxic couple and says, "If you don't appreciate him, someone else will." With that final line, she turns her back on them and walks away into the rainy night. Chloe brings the black mirror back to the employee locker room at her workplace. She gently wipes away the water spots, fingerprints, and dust from the smooth glass. Looking at her own sad reflection, her eyes slowly fill up with heavy tears. She feels so incredibly heartbroken for everything Sam had to suffer through. The genius guy used to write thousands of lines of code while doubling over from stomach pain. He never once bowed his head or compromised with those arrogant Wall Street billionaire investors. Yet, he gave his entire heart, soul, and money to a selfish, cheating girl like Linda. Chloe whispers her deepest, darkest, most painful secret straight to the glass. "I can't believe I was so blind to miss what was standing right in front of me. But he's never coming back to this world. I've always been secretly, deeply in love with him." The exact millisecond she says this, Sam's digital face slowly materializes in the dark glass. His eyes are wide open, staring at her in absolute, pure, breathless shock. A woman in a purple lace designer dress is writhing in agony on the living room floor. She is groaning like an animal, tightly clutching her completely dislocated jawbone. Over on the wooden coffee table, Sam's funeral photo remains the center of attention. The creepy, distorted, robotic voice starts mocking them loudly through the smart speakers. It goes on to cheerfully count and list every single one of their pathetic physical injuries. One guy has a fractured rib, and this stupid girl has a twisted, broken jaw. The voice literally calls them a pathetic, low Zan class 3rd Zan rate circus freak show, and makes fun of the fake psychic medium they brought into the house to save them. The camera pans over to the old guy wearing the traditional spiritual robes. He is holding a cheap, flimsy wooden wand, looking completely and utterly terrified. He is shouting random, clumsy, meaningless instructions at a panicked Vincent. It is crystal clear to the audience that neither of them has any clue what they they are doing. Meanwhile, Sam's ghost is watching the entire scene from inside the wooden picture frame, laughing historically and brutally at the absolute shit show unfolding before his eyes. He taunts them through the screen, telling them they better run before they lose their lives. All of a sudden, a bright, glowing red hologram interface blinks into the chilly air. The system officially notifies Sam that he just unlocked a brand new supernatural perk. He now possesses the unlimited power to hop back into any object he previously inhabited. The fake psychic thinks he just found a lucky loophole to save his pathetic skin. He points his trembling finger wildly toward the center coffee table. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Target the photo. Switch back to the photo right now." The very next second, the entire genius plan goes completely and utterly sideways. The woman in purple and Vincent scream out in agonizing, bodied and crushing pain. The wooden wand violently spins around in mid-Zan air on its own supernatural accord. It flies backward like a bullet and strikes the psychic straight in the center of his chest. He goes down incredibly hard on the floor, dropping his useless wooden stick. The woman touches her bleeding forehead, crying that her beautiful face is permanently ruined. The psychic is groaning like a dog in the corner, clutching his heavily bruised chest. Vincent lets out a massive, exhausted sigh and yells, "Finally, some goddamn peace and quiet." Just when the remaining survivors think the digital nightmare is finally over, the psychic gets a very bad, deeply unsettling gut feeling about the room's atmosphere. A blinding, explosive white light suddenly bursts from Sam's funeral photo, and the entire screen cuts straight to pitch black. This self-Zan proclaimed Grandmaster Psychic is tightly gripping his wooden wand. He looks like he is standing face down to Zan face with his absolute worst nightmare. Just a single second ago, he was bragging and lying to his wealthy elite clients that this spirit was nothing more than a weak, low Zan level harmless little ghost. Before he could even finish his arrogant, unearned sentence, the black Zan and Zan white funeral photo literally started moving and breathing on its own. The psychic completely loses his cool, dropping all of his professional composure. He trips over his own heavy robes, crawling on the floor and screaming, "It is alive! Run!" He has absolutely no idea that Sam is currently looking at a digital system upgrade menu. As long as he feeds on enough human terror and loud screams, he can level up infinitely. Right now, Sam has officially unlocked the ability of free movement between household objects. His voice echoes ominously through the room from the picture frame. "Tell me, how did I die?" The psychic is shaking like a leaf caught in a violent winter storm, with Linda and Vincent screaming at him to do his job and save them. He frantically slaps a yellow paper talisman right onto the moving wooden frame, and wouldn't you know it, the possessed photo actually stops moving completely. Thinking he just won the ultimate battle of gods, the psychic gets incredibly cocky and proud. To make sure the magic seal holds tight, he forces Linda and Vincent to join him in dancing a ridiculous, goofy, embarrassing ritual right in the middle of the luxury living room. Sam is just watching this absolute clown show from inside the dark frame, completely, utterly speechless at the sheer, mind-boggling stupidity of these three idiots. But hey, his system's energy bar is filling up incredibly fast from their chaos. Just as the digital progress bar hits a whopping 99%, the glass on the funeral photo frame violently cracks open into tiny pieces. Two pale, ghostly, rotting hands reach straight out from the broken frame. Vincent screams like a terrified little girl and faints dead on the spot. The psychic panics, loses his mind, grabs his wooden wand, and smashes the entire picture frame into a million tiny flying pieces. Looking at the broken glass scattered on the floor, he assumes the ghost is dead for good. He immediately turns around to demand his fat $1,000 paycheck from a shaking Linda. Then he bolts straight into the master bathroom, slamming the heavy door shut behind him. He leans his back against the wood, gasping for air and holding his racing, pounding heart. "That almost cost me my life. I am never ever taking a cursed gig like this again." Little did the idiot know, Sam had already ditched the frame before it even shattered. His dark spirit had effortlessly glided into a plush doll sitting quietly on the table. Out in the living room, Linda slaps Vincent across the face multiple times to wake him up. Vincent opens his heavy, blurry eyelids and stares directly at the plush doll on the table. His raw gut instinct is screaming at him that something is deeply, horribly wrong with it. Linda completely brushes it off as paranoia, claiming it's just a cute toy she bought online. The very next second, the doll's plastic head snaps around at a sickening 90-degree angle. It stares dead into their guilty souls with a twisted, evil, demonic grin. Another piercing, blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire luxury villa. The psychic is cowering on the freezing bathroom floor, praying to every god he can think of. But then, the tempting thought of that massive stack of cash crosses his greedy mind. He bites his lip. Grand Master of the Occult has arrived. He barks out loud to the room. He charges forward blindly and slaps another paper talisman right on the doll's forehead. He turns back around to Linda, smirking and completely ready to collect his final check, Malshu. But the possessed doll does not give a single solitary damn about his tricks. It raises its tiny plastic hand and slowly rips the paper talisman right off its own face. The psychic can't keep up his fake charade for another single second. He makes up a terrible, obvious excuse about a family emergency and bolts for the exit. Vincent tackles him violently to the floor, yelling, "You took our money. You can't leave us." The three of them quake. However, the crooked psychic lying on the floor hasn't completely given up his skin yet. He glares intensely at the main wall light switch, sitting right in the center of the room. Linda, Vincent, and that absolute joke of a fake psychic completely and utterly lost their minds. They dropped straight to their knees on the cold floor, frantically bowing and begging for their lives. The doll slowly cracked a sickening, wide, demonic grin that sent shivers straight down their spines, tilting its head and whispering in a glitchy voice that it would gladly play one last game with them. The fake psychic's eyes darted around like a cornered rat as he suddenly remembered an old urban legend about how angry spirits and dark demons are absolutely terrified of bright lights. He scrambled across the living room like a madman and flipped on every single light switch in the entire villa. Seeing the doll instantly freeze under the blinding glare of the chandeliers, the psychic started bragging to his rich clients about how he effortlessly outsmarted the ancient evil demon. But they had absolutely no idea what kind of horror was actually brewing right under their noses. Sam's vengeful spirit never left the house. He just used their pure terror to trigger a massive system upgrade. The words had barely left the psychic's arrogant mouth when a plastic toy snake on the floor began to twitch violently. It didn't just move, it started slithering with an unnatural, bone-chilling speed towards his feet. A loud digital chime echoed deep inside Sam's consciousness, confirming his upgrade was a total success. The floating system interface ordered him to keep draining their high-pitched screams to maximize his power. Linda's face turned as white as a fresh sheet of paper, her heart skipping a massive beat as she suddenly recognized the thing as a battery-powered electronic toy she bought on Amazon last month. Hearing that it was just a piece of plastic with a microchip, the psychic instantly got his ego back. He let out a loud, obnoxious laugh, asking what there was to be afraid of from a stupid toddler's toy, puffing out his chest and asking if this dumb piece of plastic could even manage to scratch his skin. The very next second, the toy snake lunged through the air and clamped its sharp fangs deep into his thigh. The psychic let out a bloody murder scream that literally rattled the glass windows of the estate, rolling and crawling on the gravel, weeping like a baby and begging someone to call a paramedic. The three of them completely panicked, pushing each other out of the way to sprint into the dark yard. The bleeding psychic dragged his heavy legs and forced open the door of the luxury Mercedes to hide inside. Linda tried her absolute best to pull him out, but the guy was too busy hyperventilating from the pain. The exact millisecond he shoved his sweaty head into the leather cabin, the dashboard screen flashed blood red. A terrifying, glowing red demon face with hollow eyes stared back at him from the center console. The car's surround sound speakers growled in a deep, glitchy voice, asking them how Sam really died in that house. The voice demanded to know if they were the ones who secretly poisoned him just to steal his empire. The psychic was so incredibly horrified by the possessed vehicle that his eyes rolled back into his skull, losing consciousness completely and passing out cold, face planting right onto the gravel driveway. By the time he finally opened his eyes, came up. Meanwhile, Sam's most trusted and brilliant tech assistant, Chloe, secretly snuck into the dark study. She carefully moved the hidden picture frame on the luxury bookshelf that that everyone else completely ignored. She rapidly punched in the complex secret passcode and popped the heavy steel wall safe wide open. Sure enough, the real brain-computer interface microchip and Sam's engineering logs were resting inside. Looking at the solid, undeniable evidence of murder in her trembling hands, her eyes turned ice cold. She clutched the entire tech industry Vincent's true colors at the big corporate event tomorrow. The very next day, the high-stakes $30 billion tech launch kicked off in downtown San Francisco. Linda walked onto the main stage wearing a designer black dress, crying absolute crocodile tears. She put on a heartbreaking, tragic show in front of Sam's mother, Mrs. Miller, and hundreds of reporters. She falsely claimed she was proudly presenting her late beloved husband Sam's life work to the global market, just as she reached for the remote control to demonstrate the core coding of the interface on the big screen. Chloe walked right through the main doors with a team of security guards and shut the whole presentation down. Chloe looked straight into the camera lenses and yelled into her mic, "Linda, you are an absolute fraud." She loudly told the entire press room that Linda didn't even possess the actual physical microchip. As Linda frantically tried to stutter her way out of the disaster, Chloe dropped the real nuclear bomb, publicly exposing that Linda and Vincent were having a dirty secret affair behind Sam's back, adding that an independent corporate audit just caught them embezzling $30 million from the company. Right on cue, the giant projector screen behind the stage completely cut the corporate PowerPoint. It started blasting the explicit video of the two of them together in that hotel room last night. The entire press room went completely wild, and hundreds of camera flashes lit up the dark hall. Mrs. Miller stood up in the front row, pointing a shaking finger and screaming, "How could you do this to my son?" Vincent completely panicked on stage, sweating through his expensive tailored suit while hyperventilating. He grabbed a microphone and kept screaming over the noise that the video was a malicious AI deepfake, rushing over to the side stage to open his laptop and pull up his so-called master backup data. But the very moment his fingers hit the keyboard, Sam's digital face appeared across the giant projector screen. The digital avatar smirked at him, and a line of text appeared in bold letters right below it. "Go ahead, open the folder. The backup is loading, and I promise it is way more exciting than the last video." The atmosphere inside the massive conference hall instantly turned into an absolute zone of chaos. A senior corporate executive wearing a pink suit pointed a shaking finger at the panicked couple on stage, blasting them for ruining the company's reputation and openly calling them cold-blooded killers. The two individuals on stage desperately tried to scream over the noise to deny the heavy accusations, but the possessed laptop sitting on the podium saw every single detail of their desperation. A digital, mocking, human-like face appeared on the computer screen, enjoying the show, staring coldly at the absolute dog circus unfolding right in front of its camera. Sam calculated in his system logs that his rebirth energy bar was sitting at 99%, realizing he was just one final push of pure human terror away from getting his actual physical body back. Suddenly, a powerful middle-aged man wearing a sharp brown suit blocked the building's back exit. He stopped the guilty couple from sneaking out the back door, loudly snapping that they were a complete embarrassment to the family name. Linda looked absolutely terrified, leaning in close and whispering directly into the older man's ear that she highly suspected Sam wasn't actually dead and buried. She whispered that his angry ghost was actively back in this room, hunting them down for blood. The man in the brown suit just laughed off the supernatural ghost story, like it was a joke, figuring a high-tech business rival had simply hidden wireless cameras inside their private suite. Linda went completely frantic, tearing the decoration off the walls looking for hidden electronic bugs. But after a few minutes of searching, they eventually realized a much more horrifying reality. The laptop itself was running the entire network show and streaming their data to the public. Furious and terrified, they grabbed a heavy ceramic vase from the table and smashed the computer. But the broken laptop didn't stop functioning or playing the media files at all. Its heavily glitched speakers kept mocking them, blasting their deepest secrets louder and louder. Vincent completely lost his mind at the realization that they were caught in a permanent dead end. He grabbed the shattered metal chassis and violently slammed it against the edge of the heavy desk, completely pulverizing the machine until it was nothing but a pile of useless useless wire and smoking metal. The entire room fell into a state of absolute suffocating, bone-chilling terror, and under the extreme mental pressure, the two criminals started turning on each other like wild animals. Suddenly, the older man in the brown suit gasped for air and collapsed from a sudden heart attack. The couple huddled together in the corner of the dark room, weeping and terrified out of their minds. But just a few agonizing seconds later, the limp body lying on the floor slowly opened its eyes. The older man's facial features slowly began to shift and warp in the dim lighting of the suite. Right before their eyes, his jawline and eyes morphed perfectly into Sam's exact physical face, meaning a much more brutal, calculating, and inescapable game of revenge was officially waking up in that room. The exact moment he opened his eyes on the floor, the toxic woman cried out and called him Dad. Sam stared at his new reflection in the glass window, feeling a wave of total, absolute despair, cursing violently in his mind at what kind of sick joke the universe was playing on him. I'm a 20-something tech genius, and I just woke up in the body of Linda's old man, Donald. He realized his cheating wife and backstabbing best friend had successfully murdered his original body, but a major glitch in the system rebirth sequence sent his soul into his own father-in-law. A glowing blue system notification instantly popped up in the center of his new vision, stating that the organic rebirth process had encountered a critical software error. To rebuild his own perfect, youthful physical body, he had to harvest a massive amount of their terror. Sam smiled coldly under his breath, accepting his bizarre new reality incredibly fast, deciding to use this old man's body to play a cruel game of cat and mouse with them. Vincent rushed over to the sofa, grabbing the old man's arm and telling him to get to the airport. He urged him that they had the financial files and needed to cross the border before the FBI got involved. To buy Chloe enough time to lock down the assets outside, Sam immediately faked a severe medical crisis, groaning loudly, clutching his forehead and complaining about a sudden bout of extreme vertigo. He claimed he just got discharged from the hospital and literally couldn't walk a single step to the door, forcing himself down onto the plush sofa and telling the kids to go back to the house and grab the passports first. He stubbornly insisted on staying behind in the hotel suite to rest his weak heart for an hour. The very moment they closed the door and left, Sam jumped to his feet to cause some serious property damage. But the luxury hotel suite didn't have any traditionally scary props or weapons lying around the rooms, so he simply grabbed the expensive corporate laptop from the desk and smashed it repeatedly onto the floor. Bad luck struck when the door clicked open, and Vincent walked right back in to grab his forgotten phone, catching the old man completely red-handed, standing directly over the smoking electronic wreckage. Sam's genius mind raced at lightning speed, and he invented a lie without blinking an eye, pointing a shaking finger at the broken pieces and claiming the computer was heavily possessed by a demon. He swore it started typing messages to him on its own, so he had to destroy it to save his life. To keep messing with the heads of his killers, Sam started playing the grumpy elder card to the max. He sat down in the main armchair and ordered Vincent to fetch him a glass of ice water immediately, then demanded a deep shoulder massage to relieve the aching tension in his old bones. As Vincent reluctantly complied, Sam suddenly spun around and grabbed the guy's wrist in a tight grip. He looked straight up into Vincent's panicked eyes with a creepy, unsettling smile on his old face, purposely using a disgusting sweet tone and saying, "Wow, Vincent, your skin is incredibly soft and smooth." The bizarre move totally grossed Vincent out to his core, but he didn't dare talk back to his rich father-in-law. Next, Sam suddenly clutched his left chest, pretending to have a massive, fatal heart attack, rolling his eyes back into his head and dropping straight to the rug like a sack of bricks. Seeing the old man lying completely motionless without a pulse, the couple finally dropped their fake act. Vincent spat on the expensive rug, calling the old man a useless, heavy liability to their escape plan. He snapped at Linda that bringing a sick old man along would completely ruin their international flight schedule, even wondering aloud if Sam's angry ghost was actively cursing them and causing all this terrible luck. A cold, sharp flash of pure murder crossed Vincent's eyes as he stared down at the old body, beginning to highly suspect that the old man had secretly discovered their original murder plot from the start. The heavy combination of guilt and paranoia completely broke whatever was left of their fragile sanity. They dropped straight to their knees in the middle of the empty room, bowing frantically frantically to the open air as Vincent started sobbing like a child, screaming, "I am so sorry, Sam. I shouldn't have slept with your wife. Please just leave our souls alone and let us leave this city in peace." Sam, who was actually hiding behind the master bedroom door laughing his head off, slowly walked out. His vocal tone turned freezing cold as he listed every single one of their felony crimes to their faces: first-degree spouse murder, massive patent theft, and multi-million-dollar corporate financial fraud. He stared them down with total authority, telling them a first-class plane ticket wouldn't save them from the law, and that the authorities were closing in on their coordinates real fast. Vincent flew into a blind, desperate, cornered rage at the old man's words, screaming at Linda for bringing her crazy, unpredictable father into their business deal. He actually yelled that he deeply missed the old gentle Sam who was always easy to manipulate and control. Sam saw the perfect psychological opening and played along with a dark smirk on his face, saying, "Donald always was a greedy piece of trash. Let's go down to the police station and turn ourselves in." That specific sentence was a fatal slip of the tongue, completely exposing his true inner identity. A biological father would absolutely never refer to himself by his own first name in a conversation like that. Vincent's sharp business brains instantly kicked in, and the blood completely drained from his face as he pointed a shaking, terrified finger at the old man, screaming, "He's not your father, that's Sam." Seeing that the mask was completely ripped off, Sam stopped acting like an old man entirely, yelling, "Fine, I am Donald today, and I am taking both of you down to avenge my genius son-in-law." He charged forward with all his might, but the old frail body was just too weak against a younger man. Vincent reached onto the bar table and grabbed a heavy, thick glass champagne bottle, smashing it directly over Sam's head with a loud, echoing crack that shattered the glass into a million pieces. But as Sam's body hit the floor, the internal system energy bar finally hit a solid 100%. The entire scene flashed violently with a blinding light, and Sam gasped for air, waking up at his office desk. He stared down at his own hands, trembling with absolute breathless disbelief and joy. He touched his young, smooth, warm face in the clean reflection of the massive glass window, realizing the system had successfully reversed time to exactly 1 hour before the fatal poisoning took place. The heavy office door swung open, and Vincent walked in with his usual smug, arrogant smile on his face. Linda followed closely behind him, holding a steaming ceramic cup of fresh, organic hot coffee, offering it to him with that same beautiful, deadly, and completely fake smile he remembered from his nightmares. But Sam, having already lived through the horrors of hell and back, wasn't about to drink the lethal poison again. He looked up with ice-cold eyes, snatched the cup from her hands, and hurled it violently against the hardwood floor. Looking at the completely stunned, terrified faces of the guilty couple, Sam slowly stood up from his chair, elegantly adjusting the lapels of his luxury designer suit jacket with his eyes piercing through them like daggers. "The core tech patents are still locked completely under my personal name," he growled at them. "You two pathetic cowards wouldn't dare cross me or look me in the eye right now. Keep smiling for the cameras. Your total reckoning starts today." Back inside the quiet luxury villa, the main couple was talking anxiously in the center of the living room. They had absolutely no idea that their secret plot to poison Sam was already fully exposed to the public. They figured they were completely safe, so they relaxed and started making out on the leather couch. But every single high-definition hidden camera in the room was broadcasting directly to Sam's master monitor. Just as their behavior got completely disgusting and revealing, the heavy front door was kicked wide open. Sam walked right into the house, leading a massive herd of aggressive paparazzi and mainstream reporters. Trapped in the blinding flash of hundreds of professional cameras, the two criminals completely panicked. Vincent actually yelled at the top of his lungs to the cameras that they were just trying to fix a broken toilet. The absolutely pathetic, hilarious lie made the entire press room laugh out loud, and the affair went viral in seconds. As they kept stuttering and making up terrible excuses on camera, Sam calmly pulled a thick file from his coat. He tore away their final cover and shred their reputation right in front of the live streaming media. The legal documents inside contained verified toxic blood reports and massive financial fraud sheets. They proved with absolute certainty that the couple had embezzled over $30 million million of corporate funds. Sam's powerful voice echoed across the high ceilings of the villa, announcing a major federal lawsuit against them. The devastating news hit their brains like a speeding freight train, and their knees forgot how to hold them up. Linda crawled across the floor on her hands and knees, sobbing and begging Sam for a second chance at forgiveness. But Sam simply looked down at her like a piece of absolute garbage, kicked her hand away, and walked out the door. The only thing waiting for the greedy, murderous couple was a lifetime sentence inside a federal prison cell. Check this out. This incredibly resilient, sharp-witted woman just survived a terrifying, bone-chilling, near-drowning experience that almost claimed her life beneath the icy, dark waters. She slowly wakes up in a strange, unfamiliar room, gasping heavily for air, and suddenly realizes with absolute shock that her soul has miraculously traveled back in time to a completely ancient era. To her absolute horror and utter disbelief, she finds herself trapped inside the physical body of Lily, a legendary historical heroine, widely known as the first ultimate tragic figure of the old world. Right by the bedside, her toxic, cruel-hearted mother-in-law, Mrs. Vance, is already pointing a shaking finger and screaming insults directly into her face. The bitter old woman aggressively orders her to get her lazy, worthless body out of bed right now and get out of the family house forever. She even loudly threatens to force her son to immediately sign the papers to divorce this useless, childless woman who brings nothing but bad luck to their name. The old, submissive, weak-willed Lily would have probably just broken down in tears, begged for mercy, and taken the verbal abuse in absolute silence. But this newly reborn, modern Lily is an entirely different person altogether, and she is absolutely not playing these toxic, abusive family games anymore. Facing the old woman's ridiculous, overbearing arrogance, Lily channels her raw rage, stands up on her own 2 feet, and slaps her right across the face with a thunderous crack. Mrs. Vance is completely stunned by the sudden physical impact, clutching her burning bright red cheek as she freezes flat on the spot like a statue. Before the old lady can even process what just happened and start a massive physical fight, Lily strikes back instantly by threatening Julian's entire political career. She ice-coldly warns her that if she is ever touched or insulted again, she will march straight to the courthouse and file a massive public lawsuit. She vows to make sure the entire city of Chicago knows exactly how this abusive monster tried to drive her own innocent daughter-in-law to suicide. This brilliant, ruthless psychological move works perfectly, and the terrified old lady instantly loses all of her aggressive temper, backing away in fear. Right at that highly dramatic, chaotic moment, the city's corrupt head commercial broker, Mr. Sterling, storms into the house with his guards to demand his overdue silk shipment. Mrs. Vance instantly drops all her pride, turning incredibly humble as she bows down low and desperately begs him to grant them just a few more days to finish the luxury order. Mr. Sterling doesn't buy her pathetic, weeping excuses at all, mocking the entire bankrupt family with heavy, cutting doses of nasty sarcasm. He laughs directly at Julian's status, shouting that a low-level city clerk means absolutely nothing to the powerful mayor who runs the whole territory. He warns them with a cruel sneer that if they fail to hand over the luxury silk today, their family name is completely done for good. Mrs. Vance breaks into a terrified, shivering cold sweat, panicked completely out of her mind, and immediately turns around to blame the entire disaster on Lily. At this critical, life-altering moment of absolute danger, Lily steps forward from the shadows and makes a truly fierce, commanding grand entrance. She knows exactly what is going on behind the scenes, seeing right through the industrial trap and calling out the corporate conspiracy on the spot. She pulls out a highly advanced revolutionary blueprint for an upgraded industrial loom and slams it right onto the heavy wooden table. She confidently declares to the room that her new engineering method will boost fabric production efficiency by a whopping 30%. Furthermore, she promises that the final material quality will easily surpass the luxury royal imports sold to the elite classes of high society. Lily uses this incredible technological breakthrough as massive leverage to force Mr. Sterling into signing a strict, binding corporate contract. She demands a deadline extension of just 3 days, vowing that if she delivers the goods on time, she takes full control of the family business. Mr. Sterling stares at the brilliant blueprint, completely merged by the potential fortune, and agrees to the terms of the deal right then and there. Mrs. Vance can only stand in the dark corner and glare in absolute burning fury, realizing she is completely helpless against her daughter-in-law. It turns out that the corrupt mayor of the city is the secret, ruthless mastermind pulling the strings behind this entire criminal plot. When his performance report back about Lily's bold move and the high-stakes contract, the mayor doesn't get angry or panicked at all. Instead, he smiles with deep amusement, finding this fierce, independent woman to be highly entertaining and worthy of a real political challenge. Mr. Sterling smirks wickedly in the shadows of the mayor's office, totally confident in the hidden trap he left behind in the workshop. He had already snaked into the facility under the cover of night and physically sabotaged the internal gears of the main loom beforehand. Back in her private workshop, Lily carefully inspects the heavy machinery and instantly discovers that the main handle has been swapped out for a fake. The intentional structural defect significantly slows down production, threatening to ruin her deadline and destroy her life in 3 days. She doesn't panic or cry. Instead, her sharp mind immediately deduces that there is a treacherous mole operating inside her own household. But she smiles to herself because a cheap, low-class industrial trick like this is never going to stop a brilliant modern woman like her. Lily immediately instructs her loyal maid to go out to the market and buy the strongest, most expensive hardwood to reinforce the frame. To take her revenge strategy to a whole new level, she orders the maid to secretly purchase a rare medicinal aromatic herb from a foreign merchant. The maid looks completely confused by the request, so Lily patiently explains the master plan with a confident, knowing smile. By grinding the herbs into fine powder and weaving them directly into the gold threads, the fabric will emit a subtle healing scent when touched. This brilliant product innovation is an absolute stroke of genius that will make the silk completely priceless to the wealthy elite. Sure enough, a panicked Mr. Sterling secretly rushes back to the city hall to report the new development to the mayor's office. He nervously admits that Lily effortlessly repaired the sabotage and the woven fabric looks absolutely radiant while smelling like fresh medicine. He warns his boss that if they don't do something drastic, this incredible woman might actually pull off a miracle and win the bet. The mayor, however, remains completely calm, taking a slow sip of his expensive drink and telling his henchmen to stick strictly to the plan. It is crystal clear from his cold expression that the corrupt politicians have an even dirtier, bloodier trick up their sleeve for the final day. The stressful 3-day deadline arrives in the blink of an eye, bringing an intense storm of anxiety to the entire household. Mr. Sterling shows up right on time with his armed guards, while Mrs. Vance waits with a smug face, eager to see Lily fail and get dragged to prison. Lily remains as calm as a marble statue, gracefully telling her young maid to go to the vault and fetch the completed silk rolls. But out of nowhere, the maid comes sprinting back into the room, crying hysterically and screaming at the top of her lungs in pure panic. She gasps out the horrifying news that the vault door has been picked and the precious silk has completely vanished without a trace. Lily's heart sinks into her stomach for a second, instantly realizing that the family mole stole the goods right before dawn. She knows that standing there trying to explain things to a corrupt broker is a total dead end that will lead straight to execution. Lily makes a split-second, life-saving decision, grabs her crying maid by the wrist, and runs out the back door into the rainy streets. Mrs. Vance notices the escape and starts shouting like a banshee, calling for the city guards to hunt them down and lock them up forever. Meanwhile, Julian frantically rushes back home after hearing dark rumors of a massive disturbance at his family's estate. The moment he walks through the door, his mother slams a legal complaint onto the table and demands he sign divorce papers immediately. She screams that his fugitive wife has broken a binding contract, fled from the law, and will bring total ruin to his entire career. Facing his mother's intense, suffocating psychological pressure, Julian refuses to break, dropping heavily to his knees in agony. He defends his wife's honor with absolute unshakable certainty, shocking his bitter mother with his sudden open defiance. He passionately insists that Lily would never commit fraud and must have been set up by dangerous, faceless enemies in the city. He looks his mother in the eye, reminding her of the sacred vows they took back when they had absolutely nothing to their name. He loudly declares to the room that he would rather lose his job and status than betray the woman who has stood by his side. Even with his mother throwing a massive screaming tantrum and breaking plates, he refuses to touch the pen, standing firm in his loyalty. With Julian proving to be so deeply devoted, and the heavily armed mayor's office closing in on their location, the situation is a total trap, unbeknownst to the family. Julian has been forced to attend secret, late-night meetings with the mayor's eldest son, Donald. Julian flatly refuses to abandon his wife, vowing vowing to use every legal resource he has to fight the city administration to the bitter end. This stubborn resistance makes things incredibly tricky for Donald, who needs a clean resolution, but Julian remains totally confident. Julian suggests using a fabricated federal arrest warrant as a psychological weapon against the young couple to break them. He claims that if they put enough heat on her, Lily will become so utterly terrified that she won't dare step outside her hiding place. Julian assumes that without money or protection, Lily has already been kicked out of society and has absolutely no place left to hide. Donald, watching his partner's intense emotional investment, asks why Julian is so incredibly obsessed with destroying this innocent woman. He wonders aloud why a powerful man cares so much about crushing an ordinary, everyday lady from a working-class family. Donald finally laughs and reveals his true hidden motive to the dark, smoke-filled room. He explains that he is trying to secure a powerful, highly disciplined daughter-in-law to save his family's falling legacy. He secretly admires Lily's mind-blowing weaving techniques and her fierce, unbreakable personality under pressure. He thinks she is the only person strong enough to control his spoiled, reckless son and save their massive fortune from ruin. When Donald asks what will happen if Julian's legal defenses hold up, and the young clerk refuses to bow down to their intense pressure, Julian just scoffs at the question with pure, arrogant elitism. He analyzes that the young clerk cares far too much about his public image, his upward mobility, and his precious mother. He laughs, stating that those emotional attachments are the young man's ultimate, easily exploitable weaknesses. He promises that a little more pressure on his family will bring Julian to his knees, begging for mercy like a dog. Donald is deeply impressed by this ruthless, calculating scheme, and the political trap is officially set. Meanwhile, in a shocking turn of events, Lily boldly walks right into the city hall to present the beautifully crafted longevity silk to the mayor. The mayor puts on a fake show, smiling warmly like a saint and promising her a life of endless luxury and protection under his wing. But inside his mind, he is sneering with cold malice, celebrating because this innocent little lamb just walked straight into his slaughterhouse. It turns out that the mayor and Mr. Sterling had secretly stolen 10 rolls of precious, highly restricted import silk from the government vaults. They were completely panicked, sweating bullets, trying to find a way to cover up their massive corruption before a federal audit arrived. Coincidentally, the mayor's foolish, simple-minded son was constantly whining and throwing tantrums about wanting to marry Lily. The mayor created a wicked double-cross plan to use the upcoming wedding to frame Lily for the missing government silk. He wants to orchestrate the evidence so she takes the fall as the perfect defenseless scapegoat while his family walks away clean with the cash. But what the mayor fails to realize is that Lily is absolutely not a helpless victim who sits around waiting to be saved by a man. Instead of hiding, she secretly sneaks into the main commercial warehouse alone at midnight and directly confronts Mr. Sterling. She looks the corrupt broker in the eye and calmly calls out the exact hidden location of the 10 stolen rolls of government silk. Then, without showing a single shred of fear, she exposes the mayor's secret plan to frame Mr. Sterling himself right after the wedding takes place. Mr. Sterling's face goes completely pale, and his knees shake from pure terror as he realizes he was also being set up to take the fall. To save his own life from the mayor's ruthlessness, he immediately opens his private safe and hands over the mayor's signed letters and illegal transaction logs. This brilliant counterattack completely cuts the ground right out from under the mayor's entire administration. The old fox mayor quickly senses that the wind has shifted against him, and he panics instantly like a cornered animal. In a desperate, illegal move to regain control of the situation, he sends armed thugs to kidnap Julian's mother and hold her hostage in a secret safe house. Julian discovers the kidnapping and rushes to Lily's secret location in a total breathless panic to figure out a rescue plan. Lily stays completely cool under pressure, calmly handing him the stolen evidence files she secured from Mr. Sterling. She smiles gently to ease his panic, making a cute hand gesture and establishing a secret code for a successful rescue mission. Julian uses the evidence to get a powerful, uncorruptible federal inspector to personally handle the emergency case. The federal inspector utilizes his massive authority to completely trap the mayor, forcing him to immediately release the mother without condition. attention. Late that night, under the shadow of the city lights, Julian holds Lily close in his arms, his heart pounding with raw emotion. He tells her how terrified he was of losing her, crying about the massive risks she took and begging her to leave the city for her own safety. But Lily's eyes are completely locked in with determination, and she swears to stay and fight by his side until the entire corrupt system is brought down. The very next morning, Julian marches into the federal building, bringing the star witness and the bulletproof financial evidence to the inspector's desk. With undeniable solid proof laid out in plain sight, the federal inspector signs the arrest warrants and reports the case directly to the highest level of government. Knowing his long political career and his freedom are completely over, the mayor loses his mind, smashing his office furniture in a rage. His foolish, oblivious son is still sitting on the couch, whining about when he can marry his beautiful bride. The mayor completely snaps, screaming at the top of his lungs that they are both going to federal prison anyway, so he needs to shut his mouth. During this massive celebration of justice, Lily's foolish, greedy brother, Donald, arrives at their house in a complete panic. He drops to his knees, crying and begging Lily to convince Julian to drop the lawsuits just to save his own business connections. Looking down at this incredibly selfish brother who was willing to sell her out for money until the very end, Lily feels nothing but pure disgust. She doesn't even want to waste her breath looking at him, cold-bloodedly pointing to the door and yelling at him to get the hell out of her sight. This intense, high-stakes battle of political wits ends in a total glorious victory for Lily and Julian. Julian wastes no time, bringing his federal enforcement team to arrest Donald by force right in the middle of the street. Donald screams and struggles, arguing frantically that he only encouraged his sister to seek a wealthy marriage. He desperately claims to the crowds that he had absolutely nothing to do with the mayor's stolen money or the conspiracy. But Julian completely ignores his pathetic pleas, cuffing him tight and throwing him directly into the back of the transport van. Later that afternoon, Julian and Lily walk hand in hand into the mayor's sealed private office for a final confrontation. Julian calmly places a highly valuable handwritten technical manual for advanced loom engineering right onto the desk. He explains that he is leaving the blueprints as a gift to the city's trade guild to settle any remaining family scores once and for all. He officially hands in his resignation papers, stating his desire to leave politics behind and live a quiet, peaceful life in the countryside with his wife. However, the cunning old mayor slowly picks up the valuable manual, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he refuses to let them walk away. Instead, he drops a subtle, terrifying hint, speaking in a low, evil tone that sends a chill through the room. He suggests to the young couple that an expensive book of blueprints is nowhere near enough currency to buy their freedom from his network. The corrupt mayor locks the manual in his desk, mocking their dreams of an innocent life with a cruel laugh. He looks them dead in the eye, telling them that the advanced technology and their actual lives belong entirely to his administration now. He sneers, telling them that the promised federal protection and their freedom were nothing but a beautiful engineered lie. Julian stands frozen in the center of the room, his mind racing as he looks at the absolute, endless abyss of the politicians' greed. He looks at his wife, realizing with a heavy heart that they are trapped deeper than ever inside a dangerous, deadly game of power. He can only lean in and whisper softly with Lily, trying to form a desperate new survival plan in the shadows. The dark, suffocating conspiracy behind the city's elite class is just beginning to unfold its true terrors. The ultimate undercover heiress, the young woman standing utterly motionless as freezing cold water, is aggressively thrown directly into her face as Chloe. For the grueling 3 months since she transferred to the company's heavily struggling Chicago branch, her daily life has been a living nightmare of non-stop bullying and toxic workplace harassment. Her arrogant, deeply unprofessional coworkers have even gone so far as to run an underground betting pool, constantly wagering cash on the exact day she will finally suffer a mental breakdown and quit. However, what absolutely none of these smug, self-satisfied office bullies could possibly comprehend is the terrifying truth hidden beneath her quiet exterior. She has been silently absorbing this daily psychological abuse for one incredibly crucial, highly classified reason. She is operating entirely undercover. Her covert mission, assigned directly from the top, is to meticulously investigate investigate exactly why this specific branch has ranked dead last in national performance for 3 consecutive years. She is there to follow the paper trail and uncover the dark truth behind their wildly suspicious, heavily inflated expense reports. Wiping the cold water from her eyes, she makes a quiet, unbreakable vow to herself. At the massive corporate gala in exactly 3 days, she will ruthlessly exterminate these corporate parasites once and for all. As the highly anticipated annual gala rapidly approaches, the psychological warfare from her colleagues escalates to a dangerous fever pitch. Mia, one of the most vicious instigators, physically shoves Chloe's desk out of the main office and forces it right next to the foul-smelling, heavily trafficked public restrooms. Department manager Rachel takes the cruelty a step further, aggressively summoning Chloe into her glass-walled corner office just to verbally berate her for failing to be a team player. Rachel leans across her massive desk and arrogantly threatens her, promising to use 100 different psychological torture tactics to completely ruin Chloe's career unless she hands in her resignation immediately. But Rachel's most shameless, downright criminal move of all is blatantly stealing the massive 50-page market research report that Chloe stayed up all night to painstakingly compile. Not only does Rachel shamelessly lap up the high praise from General Manager Arthur for the stolen intellectual property, she also boldly, without a single ounce of guilt, pockets the massive $50,000 performance bonus attached to the project. To aggressively rub salt in the open wound, Rachel even flaunts her stolen success by treating her entire inner circle to an extravagant, booze-filled dinner on the company's dime. When Chloe checks the internal company portal and sees her own grueling hard work officially credited to Rachel's team, she finally sees the absolute irredeemable bottom of their depravity. Realizing that their relentless psychological warfare isn't breaking her fast enough, the villains decide to take direct, forceful administrative action. General Manager Arthur marches aggressively right up to Chloe's relocated desk, flanked by the intimidating HR director, and violently slaps a formal termination notice down in front of her. They attempt to forcefully sweep her out the door right then and there, trying to shove a standard severance check into her hands to keep her quiet. Facing the intense, suffocating pressure from this entirely corrupt management ring, Chloe simply meets their gaze with a terrifying, unwavering resolve. She looks at them with eyes as cold as ice and drops a single chilling sentence. "I will be leaving this company, but it certainly won't be today." Returning to her isolated desk by the restrooms, her fingers fly across the keyboard as she rapidly puts the finishing touches on her ultimate devastating internal audit report. The highly classified document mathematically proves it all. Arthur expensed over $2,300,000 in completely fabricated vendor invoices. Mia boldly pocketed a cool $50,000 in illegal, under-the-table kickbacks from suppliers. And the arrogant Rachel faked exactly $1,780,000 in entirely non-existent luxury conference fees. All of these undeniable, rock-solid pieces of forensic evidence are locked and loaded, ready to trigger a brutal, inescapable corporate reckoning at tomorrow's gala. The day of the annual gala finally arrives, bringing an electrifying heavy shift in the atmosphere. The chairman of the global corporate board, who also happens to be Chloe's intensely protective father, pulls up to the luxury venue in an imposing, heavily armored fleet of black Rolls-Royces. He is absolutely determined to make a grand earth as she strides confidently into the grand, brightly lit ballroom. Rachel continues her reckless, deeply arrogant provocations, utterly blind to the danger she is in. Rachel not only runs her mouth with wild, highly offensive insults, but she viciously grabs a full glass of water and violently dumps it directly onto Chloe's open laptop. Taking it a step further, she even orders one of the security guards on her payroll to smash the wet computer to pieces on the marble floor, desperately attempting to destroy what she falsely believes is the only copy of the evidence. Rachel smugly crosses her arms, completely believing she has eliminated the threat and can now enjoy her stolen wealth in total peace. What she doesn't realize is that Chloe, always 10 steps ahead, already secured every single byte of data on an encrypted backup flash drive, leaving Rachel with nothing but a chilling, quiet promise, "I'll see you during the main event." The narrative timeline suddenly shifts back just 24 hours to the evening before the gala, which actually happened to be Chloe's 26th birthday. Sitting entirely alone in the cramped, dingy undercover apartment she had rented, blowing out a single cheap candle on a cupcake, she received a highly emotional video call from her parents. Seeing how much weight their previously pampered, billionaire daughter had lost boss just to expose the company's dark secrets. Both of her parents were left with hot tears in their eyes. Her father's voice cracked with emotion as he made a solemn, unbreakable promise right then and there. They would personally fly out and attend the upcoming gala to offer their absolute support. They desperately wanted to be front and center in the VIP section to watch their brilliant daughter completely obliterate these lawless, arrogant corporate parasites. Cutting directly back to the chaotic gala, the completely clueless Rachel is still laughing maliciously with her sycophantic group of followers. She is absolutely positive, without a shadow of a doubt, that Chloe's name is sitting at the very top of the impending, highly publicized layoff list. At that exact critical moment, General Manager Arthur steps confidently onto the brilliantly lit main stage, tapping the microphone to get the room's attention. He puts on a totally fake, serious expression and loudly announces the final, most anticipated agenda item of the evening, a major structural reorganization aimed at aggressively cleaning out the company's underperformers. Arthur proudly and loudly declares to the hundreds of attendees that this official, undeniable layoff list will be read by the specially appointed head of audit who was flown in straight from headquarters. But as he dramatically pauses and glances down at his phone to read the official corporate appointment message sent from the CEO's office, the blood completely drains from his face. He freezes like a statue as the high-resolution screen clearly and undeniably displays the name of the new head of audit, Chloe. Under the completely shocked, deeply bewildered, and utterly disbelieving gazes of every single person in the massive ballroom, Chloe steps forward, holding the highly classified red-stamped termination list. She commands the room with the unquestionable, terrifying presence of an absolute queen. She looks out at the pathetic, trembling clowns gathered before her and delivers the ultimate, resounding verdict that echoes through the venue. I didn't come here tonight to get fired. I came here to fire every single one of you. A massive, incredibly destructive anti-corruption storm is officially making landfall at the Chicago branch's annual gala. Branch manager Arthur desperately scrambles to put on a phony, sweating smile, trying to use his smooth-talking charm to beg for mercy on behalf of his corrupt staff. He brazenly tries to downplay the massive multi-million-dollar fraud, calling it a simple, harmless case of workplace friction that can easily be smoothed over with a quiet apology. But Chloe, standing impossibly tall as the official, undisputed head auditor from headquarters, completely refuses to entertain a single word of his pathetic excuses. She publicly and ruthlessly tears into Arthur for his complete lack of moral baseline, loudly condemning him for actively encouraging his subordinates to abuse their corporate power for massive personal financial gain. Looking down at this pathetic group of corporate parasites who are still stubbornly trying to argue their way out of a federal crime, Chloe decides she is completely done wasting her breath. She reaches into her designer portfolio and whips out the highly anticipated, fully authorized corporate termination list. She calls them out by name, one by one, completely exposing their darkest, most well-hidden financial secrets in front of the entire stunned company. Marketing manager Rachel hasn't secured a single legitimate sales contract in 3 years, yet she has been rapidly lining her own pockets, buying luxury bags through heavily inflated phantom conference expenses. General Manager Arthur, the supposed leader of the branch, has repeatedly submitted fraudulent expense reports, accumulating over $2 million in stolen corporate funds. And then there is Mia, who has been aggressively and shamelessly taking illegal vendor kickbacks, alongside a whole host of others who blatantly falsified massive amounts of overtime pay. To completely and utterly shut down any further arguments or denials, Chloe dramatically slams down thick stacks of official bank statements, all bearing the certified, undeniable red corporate seal. She steps up to the microphone and makes the ultimate career-ending announcement. Every single person on this list is fired effectively immediately, and all of their files are being handed directly over to the corporate legal team for severe criminal prosecution. Hearing this utterly devastating news, the entire executive team of the branch falls into a state of sheer, unadulterated sweating panic. The sudden, horrifying realization that her luxury car and massive mortgage payments will instantly default sends Rachel into a red-eyed, deeply desperate rage. Standing nearby, her voice trembling, Mia viciously reminds the panicked group that they already physically destroyed Chloe's main laptop earlier that evening. If she is still pulling up this insanely detailed, damning evidence, it virtually guarantees she is hiding a physical encrypted backup flash drive somewhere on her person. Driven to the absolute terrifying edge of madness by the imminent imminent threat of losing their lucrative jobs and facing actual long-term prison time. The group completely loses all sense of human reason. Rachel actually barks a horrifying, entirely illegal order, commanding her loyal subordinates to forcefully grab Chloe and violently strip search her for the hidden drive right there in the venue. Faced with a group of desperate, cornered criminals who clearly have absolutely no respect for the law, Chloe remains perfectly calm and simply pulls out her cell phone. She prepares to dial her father, the untouchable chairman of the corporate empire, to officially verify her identity to the room and end this madness with a squad of security guards. But a completely unhinged, feral Rachel violently lunges forward, forcefully ripping the phone right out of Chloe's hand and viciously smashing it onto the hard marble floor. She relentlessly and aggressively stomps on the expensive device with her sharp stiletto heels until the screen is completely pulverized, successfully severing Chloe's only immediate lifeline for outside help. Right at that terrifying, highly volatile moment, the chaotic scene takes another massive, highly dramatic turn. Arthur's phone suddenly vibrates in his pocket, lighting up with an urgent, direct text message straight from the highest level of corporate HR. The message clearly, undeniably, and unambiguously confirms their absolute worst nightmare. The head auditor sent from headquarters is without a doubt Chloe. A cold, terrified sweat breaks out across Arthur's forehead, completely soaking his collar as the sheer crushing gravity of the situation finally hits his brain. But as he glances around at his deeply panicked subordinates, who are now backed into a desperate corner with nowhere left to run, a vicious, dangerously calculating gleam flashes in his eyes. In a truly shocking, sociopathic move, he chooses to blatantly and aggressively lie to the entire room, loudly shouting at the top of his lungs that Chloe's corporate identity is a complete and utter fraud. To cement his massive, desperate lie, he physically grabs the thick stack of printed, heavily researched evidence Chloe brought and violently rips the documents to shreds, wildly tossing them into the air like confetti. With the physical evidence seemingly destroyed and their boss giving them the green light, the corrupt executives completely drop their professional civilized masks. Spurred on by Mia's aggressive, terrified encouragement to align their stories and completely eliminate the threat, they direct all of their pent-up rage and fear directly at Chloe. They viciously and cowardly attack her as a mob, raining down heavy punches and kicks without a single ounce of human mercy. Chloe is brutally knocked to the hard floor, forced to endure unimaginable, agonizing humiliation as a dark trickle of blood falls from the corner of her mouth. But what these arrogant, deeply short-sighted bullies don't realize is that an absolute hurricane of catastrophic consequences is about to make landfall on their heads. Downstairs at the branch office lobby, the chairman of the board has already sensed that something is horribly, violently wrong due to his daughter's abruptly and suspiciously disconnected phone call. He frantically orders his elite security detail to aggressively clear the path, storming toward the gala venue with a squad of heavily armed bodyguards and an aura of pure murderous fatherly rage. Back inside the chaotic venue, a completely irrational, heavily breathing Arthur picks up a massive, incredibly heavy glass floral vase from a nearby banquet table. He raises it high above his head, fully intending to deal a devastating, potentially fatal blow to the injured Chloe still lying on the ground. Suddenly, a panicked, deeply terrified voice crackles over the venue security guard's walkie-talkie, echoing through the silent room. The chairman of the group is arriving right now. Hearing this exact phrase, Chloe doesn't show a single ounce of fear. Instead, she wipes the blood from her lip and lets out a cold, chillingly victorious laugh right from the floor. That is absolutely perfect. My dad is finally here. Your dad. Arthur gasps in sheer, unadulterated terror, his hands trembling so violently he nearly drops the heavy glass vase directly onto his own feet. Desperate to cover up this catastrophic, highly illegal disaster, Mia hastily suggests they use thick rope to tie Chloe up and hide her away in the dark, soundproofed backstage storage room. Just as they frantically sweep the remaining shredded paper under the rug to create a false, terrifyingly thin sense of normalcy, the chairman, James, and his his elegant wife stride fiercely into the grand hall. Arthur instantly plasters on a sickeningly sweet, sycophantic smile and rushes forward, practically bowing to warmly greet them. He nervously lies through his teeth, his voice shaking, claiming that the loud noises and crashing they might have heard were simply part of a special high-energy performance scheduled for the gala. Unfortunately for him, these pathetic, entirely transparent lies instantly crumble to dust under the piercing, experienced gaze of a true corporate titan. James stares down at the shredded pieces of document paper scattered across the marble floor, and his eyes turn as cold and unforgiving as Arctic ice. Even more fatally, he catches a quick, undeniable glimpse out of the corner of his eye of Rachel nervously clutching the ruined, unmistakable casing of his daughter's custom cell phone. At that exact horrifying moment, the faint but desperately urgent sounds of frantic banging and muffled, agonizing cries for help echo from the locked backstage closet. Looking back at this miserable, sweating group of branch office failures who are still desperately trying to maintain their crumbling facade, the furious chairman violently raises his hand. He issues a terrifying, absolute command that echoes through the dead silent room like a gunshot. Search every single inch of this building right now. I want this place torn apart until we find her. The most ruthless, sweeping, and devastating corporate reckoning in the company's entire history is finally coming for these corrupt parasites. The next scene opens with an absolutely suffocating, terrifying level of tension and danger. The proud, brilliantly minded corporate heiress Chloe is covered in severe, painful bruises and desperately screaming for help from inside a pitch-black, securely locked storage closet. Outside the heavy wooden door, her own father, James, clearly hears the muffled commotion, but is temporarily thrown off by Arthur, who nervously blocks the door and plays it off as a simple, embarrassing misunderstanding with the catering staff. As Chloe violently struggles against her bindings and screams out furious curses from the inside, the deeply evil duo of Mia and Arthur show absolutely no remorse for their horrific actions. They quickly grab a filthy, heavily stained, discarded rag and ruthlessly stuff it deep into her mouth to effectively and painfully muffle her desperate, heart-wrenching cries. Meanwhile, across the hall, a sharp-eyed corporate bodyguard sifting through the trash discovers Chloe's thoroughly smashed cell phone buried deep in a nearby bin. James's sharp parental instincts immediately kick into overdrive, confirming his absolute worst, most terrifying fear: his daughter is trapped in this very building and in grave, immediate danger. He immediately orders a full, inescapable corporate lockdown, locking every door, and commands his elite security team to keep a deadly, unblinking eye on both Arthur and Mia. Back inside the suffocating darkness of the storage closet, Chloe miraculously manages to painfully saw through her thick rope bindings using a sharp piece of broken metal she found on the floor. She makes a solemn, unbreakable blood oath right then and there that she will never ever forgive the treacherous, backstabbing trio of Rachel, Mia, and Arthur. Standing just outside the room, James can clearly sense the heavy, nervous sweat radiating off the entire branch office management team, knowing they are hiding a massive, dark secret. His gut fiercely tells him his beloved daughter is practically within arm's reach, and he aggressively orders his men to literally tear the drywall down if they have to. Capitalizing on the incredibly chaotic, noisy search happening outside the closet, Chloe manages to quietly and painfully slip out the back exit of the towering office building. However, the severe physical trauma from the brutal beating proves to be entirely too much for her exhausted body to handle. She completely loses consciousness, collapsing directly onto the cold, hard pavement of the busy city street under the glowing streetlights. The camera dramatically transitions to the bright, sterile white lights of a highly secure, high-end private hospital suite. A freshly awakened, Chloe looks directly into the tear-filled eyes of her deeply worried parents and thoroughly, meticulously exposes the downright evil nature of the branch management team. She explains that she originally intended to simply use the rock-solid audit evidence to publicly terminate them, only to be violently ambushed and brutally attacked like a common criminal. A furious, red-faced James immediately reaches for his phone to call the city's police commissioner and have them thrown behind bars immediately without bail. But Chloe stops him with a chilling, highly calculating smirk, revealing that she has been quietly setting up a much larger, entirely inescapable trap for them. them. In exactly 7 days, at the highly publicized, globally streamed corporate summit, she plans to completely and utterly expose their horrific crimes in front of every major branch and industry partner in the world. She doesn't just want to see them face severe legal consequences and jail time. She wants to issue an industry-wide permanent blacklist that will ensure they can never ever work in the corporate world again. James, deeply proud of his brilliant daughter's strategic, ruthless mind, immediately agrees to help execute the ultimate revenge plan. He also shares some genuinely thrilling news to lift her spirits: the groundbreaking Pangu AI system she personally spent years developing just secured a staggering $10 billion contract with the massive Lingsen Group. But Chloe's face drops as she immediately responds with a massive, heart-stopping bombshell of her own. The highly encrypted, master flash drive containing the core AI system has already been stolen by Rachel during the brutal attack. The narrative immediately jumps straight into the high-stakes, extremely tense environment of the global corporate summit 7 days later. Their bitter, longtime corporate rival, Victor, crashes the massive, highly exclusive event with an incredibly arrogant, deeply punchable swagger. He loudly and publicly mocks Chloe in front of a packed room of powerful executives and makes a wildly bold, shocking declaration to the investors. He claims that the core programming of the revolutionary Pangu AI was actually developed entirely by his family's tech empire, and that the multi-billion-dollar contract rightfully belongs to them. How on earth did this disastrous, potentially company-ending turn of events happen? The story flashes back to the highly chaotic and deeply panicked moments at the branch office. Faced with the chairman's aggressive building-wide security search, Arthur was practically vibrating with absolute sheer panic. Rachel and Mia, however, had sneakily plugged in the flash drive they forcefully stole from Chloe's pocket into a secure private terminal. They were absolutely stunned to discover that it contained the legendary Pangu AI system, a program universally known to be capable of completely disrupting the global tech market. Armed with this incredibly powerful, multi-billion-dollar bargaining chip, they suddenly felt entirely untouchable and completely above the law. They made a split-second, highly traitorous decision to contact the family's biggest corporate rival, Victor, offering him the exclusive tech in exchange for his ultimate protection and a massive cash payout. The scene heavily snaps back to the quiet hospital room, where James is absolutely horrified to learn that their most valuable company asset is currently sitting in enemy hands. But Chloe simply leans back against her soft hospital pillows with a completely relaxed, deeply confident, and entirely unbothered smile. She calmly explains to her panicked father that the drive they violently stole only contained a highly unstable, heavily flawed first-generation prototype. During her miserable 3 months deep undercover, while they thought she was just fetching coffee, she was secretly patching all the severe vulnerabilities and successfully developed a flawless, next-generation Pangu 2.0. Even if the corrupt villains manage to fully crack the stolen drive, the outdated, bug-filled code is completely and utterly useless to them. Finally, the highly anticipated moment of absolute, unquestionable corporate reckoning arrives at the summit. Standing confidently under the bright, blinding lights of the main stage, Chloe dramatically throws down the undeniable, legally binding proof of their massive financial crimes. She publicly announces the immediate, highly disgraceful termination of Arthur, Mia, and Rachel, officially issuing the devastating industry-wide blacklist she promised from her hospital bed. Faced with this terrifying career-ending strike, Arthur completely breaks down, practically begging on his knees for a second chance in front of the entire laughing industry. But Rachel remains as completely stubborn and deeply arrogant as ever, screaming into the microphone that a massive rival corporation will surely step in and protect their valuable talent. Chloe lets out a cold, highly mocking laugh that echoes through the massive speaker system and fires back, "Who in their right mind would ever dare to take you in?" Before her biting words even finish echoing through the completely silent, stunned hall, a deeply arrogant voice cuts through the heavy tension. "I would." Victor formally steps onto the main stage with a smug, highly confident grin, and an epic, high-stakes corporate war of good versus evil is officially ignited. At a crowded, high-end corporate gala in downtown New York City, Howard is strutting around the room, overflowing with arrogance as he bragged to Arthur and Natalie. He breaks into a smug, punchable smile, loudly proclaiming to the surrounding investors that firing Zoe's tech team was the absolute biggest mistake Arthur ever made in his entire career. Natalie hears this, lets out a sharp, dismissive laugh, and decides to give Howard a fair final piece of advice out of pure pity. She tells him he better hurry up, run out the door, and catch Mr. Lawson before his luxury car pulls away from the curb to cancel that massive tech contract immediately. She warns him that the early prototype version of their Pangu AI system is completely unstable and full of critical, unpatched programming bugs, forcing an untested, faulty operating system into heavy battlefield combat droids will literally cause a massive failure and get innocent soldiers killed in action. But Howard and his greasy assistant Yates refuse to listen to a word she says, laughing hysterically right in her face. They openly mock Natalie in front of the crowd, calling her an inexperienced, clueless young girl who knows nothing about big league business. Zoe gets incredibly defensive and arrogant, stepping forward to brag that her personal mentor is none other than the legendary president of the International AI Association. Howard then seizes the moment to announce a complete technical boycott against Arthur's firm, effectively trying to destroy their reputation. Seeing the sudden shift in power, the other spineless partners and suppliers immediately tear up their standing contracts with Arthur right there on the floor. Howard and his daughter smirk maliciously, leaving Arthur with a parting threat, telling him he will be begging for their mercy on his knees in less than a month. The scene shifts inside Howard's corporate headquarters, where the glass office walls are practically shaking from pure rage. Dressed in a loud, incredibly tacky leopard print jacket, Zoe is throwing an absolute tantrum, screaming at her software developers at the top of her lungs. Because another critical bug fix failed miserably in the simulation trial, she completely loses her remaining sanity. She hurls a coffee mug across the room and fires the female engineer who was leading the programming project on the spot. A female supervisor stands up from her desk, unable to watch the abuse anymore, and tells Zoe that she is crossing the line and treating people like garbage. Zoe barks back instantly, stepping into her face and telling her that if she doesn't like it, she can pack her trash and quit the company. That toxic comment instantly triggers a massive, long overdue walkout among the entire technical staff. The developers throw their security badges on the floor, shut down their monitors, and quit the firm collectively right then and there. Howard walks into the chaotic office to see what the hell is going on, demanding answers for the empty desks. Yates steps up with a greasy, submissive smile, lying through his teeth to protect Zoe and keep his own job. He claims those workers were just useless, lazy dead weight who were holding back the company's true potential. He tells the boss that manager Zoe was just doing some necessary spring cleaning and throwing out the garbage for the firm. Howard blindly believes the lie, turning to Zoe and telling her to go out and hire some real top-tier AI experts with their new capital. Then Howard drops the real bomb, revealing the massive financial pressure they are suddenly under behind closed doors. The international shipping deadline for the military contract is exactly 48 hours away. The Pangu software is completely glitching out, causing severe performance mismatches inside the combat droids. He slams his fist on the desk and orders Zoe to fix the programming disaster before midnight, no matter what it takes. Inside a locked private office down the hall, Zoe and Yates are completely losing their minds behind closed blinds. Cracking under the heavy pressure of the deadline, Zoe finally breaks down and confesses the horrifying truth to Yates. She reveals that she didn't write a single line of code, admitting she stole the Pangu AI prototype from Natalie's private files. She panics, confessing she doesn't know a single thing about the architecture or how to actually program it. Yates panics too, frantically telling her to send a message to the president of the AI Association to beg for a quick solution. Zoe then reveals another massive lie, admitting she isn't the president's student or apprentice at all. She just happened to get his private restricted contact number by total accident at a conference last year. Desperate and out of options, Zoe decides to throw a blind Hail Mary pass into the dark to save her career. She sends a text message begging for a patch to stabilize the AI system integration within the combat machinery. Meanwhile, across town in a high-rise building, Natalie is sitting comfortably at her clean desk, wearing a sharp custom blazer. She takes a slow, relaxed sip of her hot coffee, watching the system alerts populate on her dual monitors. She breaks into a cold, Victoria's hilarious smile as Zoe's desperate cry for help pops up right in the center of her screen. The camera cuts to the Grand Convention Hall for Howard Group's highly anticipated multi-million-dollar product launch. Wearing a sleek gray evening gown, Zoe takes the stage under a massive spotlight, hosting the elite event with fake confidence. She presents the high-tech blueprints and digital renderings of the combat droids to a room packed with investors. Howard takes the microphone next, bragging heavily to the tech journalists and international defense buyers in the crowd. He claims their proprietary Pangu AI leads the global market in modern machine intelligence and tactical automation. He proudly announces to the applause that they just successfully finalized and delivered a $1 billion deal to Lawson Tech. Just as the crowd starts clapping and cheering, the heavy doors at the back swing open, and Natalie and Arthur walk in. Natalie cuts right through the applause, raising her voice to expose the massive corporate fraud directly to the audience. She warns the investors that the droids built on that prototype code are nothing but ticking time bombs waiting to explode. She says the data looks pretty on paper, but the machines will suffer total system failure the second they hit a real field. Howard scoffs loudly at her warning, claiming his droids have passed every simulation and that she is just bitter. Suddenly, the giant presentation screens behind him override with a flashing, blood-red breaking news alert. Lawson Tech, the biggest robotics conglomerate in the world, just suffered a brutal, humiliating defeat in a live combat zone. The international news anchor reports that the core intelligence units supplied by Howard Group failed completely during operation. A catastrophic software glitch caused tens of thousands of combat droids to self-destruct simultaneously on the field. The military operation ended in a complete and total disaster because of the faulty tech unit. The audience and major clients erupt into pure, unadulterated chaos, jumping to their feet and screaming for refunds. Howard turns on Zoe on the stage in a blind rage, violently demanding to know what the hell happened to the code. Zoe stands frozen under the hot lights, her face turning completely pale from shock as her world crumbles. Right then, a frantic secretary runs through the crowd, yelling that their stock value is crashing through the floor. Howard's phone starts blowing up with aggressive, terrifying calls from their biggest financial investors. The first partner screams into the line, calling him a pathetic crook and promising to file a fraud lawsuit by morning. The next investor barks that he put his entire family's life savings into the stock based on Howard's lies. He screams that if his fund goes under, he is going to hunt Howard down and drag him to hell with him. The scene flashes back to a few hours prior, revealing the brilliant inner workings of Natalie's hidden trap. Earlier that day, Zoe had sent out that desperate text message looking for an expert solution to save her skin. Natalie sat at her high-end keyboard, letting out a cold, sharp, calculating laugh as she read the message. She deliberately typed back a fake modified line of code designed to make the entire droid operating system crash even harder. Receiving the text, Zoe was ecstatic, jumping up and down and screaming to Yates that the president had saved them. She bragged arrogantly that when the product launched successfully, she couldn't wait to see the look on Natalie's face. The story cuts back to the tense moments right before the formal corporate signing ceremony took place. Howard is barking at Arthur in the lobby, bragging that Zoe solved the software glitch without any help. Natalie speaks up one last time, warning him that the quick patch is just a temporary bandage on a broken dam. She tells him moving forward with the launch will only make the ultimate system crash 10 times worse for his firm. But Howard waves her off with total disgust, completely ignoring the final warning from his rival. Zoe struts out of the room, bragging to everyone that she personally rewrote the root directory code. She claims the machines are now completely stabilized and will never stumble or fail again on the field. Hearing that Zoe actually touched the root directory code, Natalie knows the trap has officially been sprung. She breaks into a cold smile, knowing that altering the root directory manually completely breaks the entire system logic. Arthur tries one last time to save his old rival out of sheer professional respect and past history. He steps up and tells Howard to immediately recall every single droid unit they shipped out to Mr. Lawson. He warns him there is still a tiny 24-hour window to minimize the legal damage and save his skin, but Zoe and Howard bite his head head off, claiming he is just desperately jealous of their billion-dollar success. Natalie stops her dad from saying another word, stating that you can't save people who are determined to jump off a cliff. She says they will only learn their lesson when their entire corporate empire burns to the ground right in front of them. And just like that, completely clueless, the arrogant father and daughter march directly into their own ruin. The Grand Convention Center suddenly falls into a dead, terrifying, suffocating silence as the screens go dark. The sharp, crystal-clear ringing of a cell phone breaks the quiet room, echoing off the high ceilings. Everyone turns their heads to look, shocked to discover that the phone is ringing right in Natalie's hand. Just a second ago, Howard was screaming at Zoe on stage, calling her paranoid for worrying about the AI president. He swore the mysterious, faceless president of the International AI Association could never be a young girl. He even forced Zoe to dial the president's private, restricted number right on stage to prove her wrong. But nobody in the room expected that the person answering the call on the speaker would be Natalie. Before Howard can even process the absolute shock of the phone call, another devastating hit lands. An assistant runs out from the back, screaming that their entire market cap has just vaporized into thin air. Their droid suffered a complete catastrophic hardware failure, totally breaching the international contract. Their biggest client, Mr. Lawson, loses his temper completely, slamming his fists onto the VIP table. He screams that Howard Group made his firm a total laughingstock across the global tech industry. He vows to unleash a team of corporate lawyers to sue them until they don't have a single penny left. Howard's knees go completely weak and he turns all of his explosive rage directly onto Zoe. He grabs her by the collar of her evening gown, shaking her violently and blaming her terrible coding for the disaster. Desperate and cornered, Howard tries to clutch at his final pathetic saving straw to avoid total bankruptcy. He forces a sobbing Zoe to call the AI Association president back on the line to beg for a recovery patch. Zoe dials with shaking, trembling fingers under the spotlight, and the heavy hammer falls instantly. Natalie smiles calmly, lifting her ringing cell phone right in front of their terrified faces for everyone to see. She tells the entire room clearly that she has been the president of the AI Association all along. She adds with total authority that she is also the sole heiress to Arthur's multi-billion-dollar tech empire. Howard is completely speechless, staring blankly as Natalie ruthlessly tears down his massive ego. She asks him if he really thought he could steal her family's billion-dollar deal and walk away clean. She reveals the original Pengu prototype code was never engineered to support those specific heavy machines. The entire code leak was a beautiful customized trap designed from day one to bury his fraudulent firm. Zoe screams in pure frustration, pointing a finger and calling Natalie a cold-blooded, evil monster. Natalie just smiles, ignoring the insult and dropping her ultimate, game-ending winning card. She plugs a black flash drive into the main podium, instantly lighting up the giant screens behind her. The high-definition display showcases her independently developed, flawless Pengu Generation 2 combat droid. The engineering specs, power efficiency, and live tracking data are absolutely flawless and revolutionary. Seeing this breakthrough tech, Mr. Lawson instantly realizes who the true genius behind the software is. He changes his attitude completely, pushing past Howard and bowing deeply to Natalie right on the stage. He apologizes out loud for his past rudeness and begs to sign an exclusive long-term deal with her firm. Seeing her entire world crumble into dust, Zoe tries to flip the script out of pure, desperate malice. She points an aggressive finger at Natalie, screaming to the press corps that Natalie is nothing but a thief. She lies through her teeth, claiming Natalie stole the software patents from her own innocent daughter. She brags to the cameras that she already hired professionals to delete all the security footage from the office. She smirks, thinking that since the files are gone, there is absolutely no evidence left to prove the theft. But she completely and utterly underestimates the brilliant tech mind she is dealing with. The giant projector screen flashes again, overriding her presentation with a crystal clear, unedited video. The security footage shows the exact moment Natalie was working undercover at their regional branch office. It captures Zoe's tech team physically cornering her and robbing the core files directly from her bag. With the undeniable criminal proof on display for the media, Mr. Lawson barks orders to his security detail. He screams that Howard Group is full of low-class criminals who are completely digging their own graves. To stay out of a federal prison cell, Howard drops heavily to his knees, begging Mr. Lawson for mercy. He begs the billionaire for just one single week of a grace period to deliver a real working solution. Mr. Lawson looks down at him with disgust, leaving them with one final brutal condition. If they fail to deliver in 7 days, they owe triple damages and must publicly bow to Natalie. Natalie gracefully steps up to the podium, taking over the massive defense contract on the spot. She walks out of the Grand Convention Hall surrounded by guards like an absolute corporate winner. But the true living nightmare for Howard Group's leadership is only getting started. Back at their corporate headquarters, Zoe and her financial partners run the final legal numbers. They realize they owe Lawson Tech $30 billion in damages and Arthur another $2 billion. The company is completely dead in the water, and no amount of financial magic can save them from liquidation. Seeing the ship sinking fast, Zoe's corrupt, criminal mind immediately starts plotting a final betrayal. She figures since the company is going under anyway, she should steal whatever cash is left in the vaults. She decides to drain the corporate bank accounts entirely before the federal courts freeze their assets. She calls her secret romantic partner, a tech actor named Sam, to help her run a massive embezzlement scam. Meanwhile, Howard is frantic inside his locked office, begging international banks for an emergency loan. Zoe walks in, putting on an Oscar-worthy show of absolute devotion to the stressed old man. She lies smoothly, claiming she used her elite connections to find a world-class AI expert named Dr. Jones. She says for a flat fee of $5 million, the doctor can rewrite the droid code in a few minutes. Desperate for any kind of financial lifeline, Howard orders her to bring the expert into the office. Zoe walks back in a few minutes later with Sam, who is disguised as the famous global academic. The fake expert plays his part perfectly, acting incredibly arrogant, elite, and snobbish to the staff. He demands an immediate upfront payment of $8 million just to construct a private laboratory. Howard hesitates for a split second, deciding to quickly look up the name Dr. Jones on his phone. He sees the real doctor's legendary credentials listed right at the top of the global science rankings. Howard completely drops his guard, celebrating his incredible good luck in this dark hour. He wires the millions instantly to a private account and schedules a massive celebration banquet for the fraud. He has absolutely no idea that this saving straw is actually his final death warrant, arranged by Zoe. At the high-end banquet, Mr. Lawson can't stop praising Arthur's incredible business efficiency to the guests. Arthur smiles warmly, deciding to drop a massive piece of personal family news to the table. He proudly reveals that his daughter Natalie is the youngest genius professor in the history of the academy. Mr. Lawson gets incredibly excited, turning into a total enthusiastic fanboy right in front of his peers. He promises to lock in an exclusive lifetime technology partnership with Natalie's development team, but it is an incredibly small world and serious drama is waiting for them right outside the double doors. As Natalie steps into the hotel lobby, she runs right face first into Howard and Zoe. Zoe starts throwing loud insults, telling Natalie that a cheap loser like her brings bad luck to the venue. Mr. Lawson steps out of the dining room just in time, and Natalie delivers a razor-sharp, humiliating comeback. Mr. Lawson gets right in Howard's face, loudly mocking his absolute ignorance and blindness. He tells him he just spent the entire evening celebrating with a real living legend of the tech world. Howard still has absolutely no clue that the famous genius professor is standing right in front of his face. His company is currently drowning under a massive, unpayable financial default with every passing hour. He just wasted $30 million of remaining capital, and his company's stock is completely flat. If he can't deliver the working software in 3 days, he faces total corporate bankruptcy and liquidation. Howard leaves the hotel to go to the private banks to beg for a high-interest emergency mortgage loan, but he doesn't know that Zoe is currently at a VIP nightclub popping champagne and spending his money. She has already planned everything out with her fake professor friend to ruin the old man. The exact moment the bank mortgage clears, she plans to wire the billions overseas and flee the country. The very next day, the fake professor runs right into Natalie in the main corporate office hallway. The shameless fraud actually has the nerve to point a finger and call Natalie an imposter to her face. Howard is completely blind to reality, joining in on the loud insults against the young woman. Mr. Lawson walks into the room and decides he cannot tolerate this level of stupidity for another second. He terminates every single joint venture and contract with Howard Group across the globe on the spot. He calls Howard a total brainless idiot and leaves him with a final warning to pack up his things. Shortly after the meeting, Howard runs a personal audit of the accounts and notices a massive problem. He discovers Zoe secretly wired $700 million to an anonymous offshore bank account. He screams at her in a total rage inside the boardroom, threatening to call the FBI on her instantly. Seeing the criminal game is up, Howard's foolish, spoiled son, Ethan, runs into the room to intervene. He blocks his furious dad, dropping a completely ridiculous, fabricated excuse to protect the girl. He shouts that Howard cannot arrest Zoe because she is currently pregnant with his future grandchild. Howard freezes in place, completely speechless and horrified at his son's absolute utter stupidity. Meanwhile, across town, Natalie is pulling a stressful all-night session to finalize the core AI software update. Arthur walks into the lab, bringing her a glass of warm milk, and the father and daughter share a knowing smile. Every single financial move Howard and Zoe made was secretly tracked by her private intelligence team. After decades of intense corporate rivalry, Natalie is finally ready to pull their toxic firm out by the roots. The final, crushing corporate hammer blows land on the family. The very next morning, the bank representatives arrive at Howard Group's building, carrying the $10 billion credit card line. Zoe stares at the black plastic card, her eyes glittering with greed as she plans her final escape from New York. But the bank officer suddenly turns away from her and hands Howard a full certified forensic audit report. The legal papers show undeniable bulletproof evidence that Zoe has stolen over $1 billion in corporate assets. Howard explodes in pure fury, slamming the papers down and calling Zoe an absolute ungrateful monster. But Zoe keeps acting to the very end, physically trying to grab the multi-billion-dollar credit card from the desk. The real ultimate disaster hits when Howard turns around to question his son about the corporate registry. He learns his foolish, brainless son legally signed away 51% of his controlling stock to Zoe. He did it simply because Zoe told him a lie about feeling emotionally insecure in their relationship. As the father and son watch their entire world end in silence, the main boardroom doors swing open wide. Natalie walks into the corporate office, backed by a team of uniformed private security guards. She slams a formal, legally binding stock transfer agreement right onto the mahogany table. That 51% controlling stake was just bought out completely from the banks by her tech firm. Natalie is now the official sole owner of Howard Group, and she has absolutely no mercy for her rivals. She looks at her watch and gives the family exactly 2 hours to clear out their personal desks and leave. Seeing his entire life's work vanish into the hands of his rival, Howard suffers a massive heart attack. He gasps for air and collapses right onto the hard office floor as the security guards call for an ambulance. At the emergency hospital room, the head surgeon steps out, saying Howard needs immediate, expensive surgery. Ethan frantically pulls out his luxury black card, but the medical machine says the account is completely drained. He suddenly remembers that Zoe took all of his personal credit cards and PIN codes under a fake excuse last week. Desperate and crying, Ethan calls Zoe's private number while standing alone in the quiet hospital hallway. On the other end of the line, Zoe is sipping expensive champagne on a private jet, laughing out loud at him. She drops her fake accent completely, calling him the biggest, most pathetic idiot she has ever met in her life. She mocks him through the speaker, saying the tech expert act and the pregnancy story were total, absolute lies. She snaps that she has all of his family's cash now, and she doesn't give a single damn if his father dies on the table. She hangs up the phone, leaving a broken Ethan holding a dead screen in total, absolute, inescapable despair. Violet is keeping a massive, scandalous secret hidden away in the deep drawers of her master bedroom. A large, heavy designer box stuffed with intimate female wellness products is stashed there. But of all the people in the world, her cold, unreadable husband, Harrison, walks right in and catches her red-handed. They are currently trapped in a strictly strategic, arranged marriage of convenience, so she instantly panics into a cold sweat. She desperately stammers that the inventory is just a startup product she is launching with her best friend. She quickly uses all her physical strength to shove her tall husband out the door to avoid any more interrogations. Speaking of this icy husband, Violet has nothing but endless, burning complaints about their relationship. On their long-awaited wedding night, she wore a stunning, expensive silk red dress, feeling incredibly hopeful. She spent hours reviewing relationship advice, mentally preparing herself to make a bold, romantic move. But what did Harrison actually do on the most important night of their marriage? The man showed absolute zero passion, barely looked at her, and just muttered a cold goodnight. He casually shut off the lights and went straight to sleep on his side of the bed, leaving her frozen in total disbelief. Back to the present day, Violet refuses to give up on breaking his thick, frozen exterior just yet. She slips into a sleek, incredibly sexy white lace nightgown to make a direct, undeniable move on him. She boldly walks up to him, pulls open his linen bathrobe, and lunges right into his lap. But Harrison moves with lightning reflexes, grabs the heavy duvet, and wraps her up tight like a giant human burrito. He even reaches over to turn up the thermostat, completely worried that she might catch a cold in the room. Violet is about to lose her absolute mind at this point, staring at the ceiling in pure frustration. She honestly wonders if this rich, powerful man is literally made of a thick piece of wood. In stark reality, they are just two powerful elites living out a cold, calculating marriage of corporate convenience. Violet only agreed to marry the most powerful, unreachable billionaire bachelor in the entire city of Seattle. She desperately needed a bulletproof legal shield to escape her traditional father's tyrannical, overbearing control. Meanwhile, Harrison has his own lingering, incredibly annoying childhood issue to deal with. His childhood friend, a famous Hollywood actress named Bianca, is constantly lurking around, eyeing his fortune closely. On a wild weekend, Violet throws a massive, unhinged party with male models on a luxury yacht in Europe. Right when the electronic music is blasting and the guests are pouring champagne, the server drops a bomb. He informs her that every single one of her premium black credit cards has been completely declined by the bank. It turns out that a video of her dancing at the yacht party went viral on global social media. Her furious traditional father immediately called the bank and froze every single one of her trust funds. Violet is forced to swallow her pride, quickly dialing Harrison's private line to beg for an emergency wire transfer. But she learns from his assistant that she has exactly $30 left to her name in the entire world. She can't even afford a decent plate of dinner at the high-end coastal resort town. Left with no choice, she has her assistant book a humiliating economy class flight straight back home to Washington. The very second her flight lands back in Seattle, she heads straight to her company headquarters to regroup. She brings her best friend and her startup products along, but runs face first into a brick wall in the lobby. Bianca has completely taken over the main presentation venue for her own Hollywood press event. Using Harrison's family name and corporate backing as leverage, Bianca loudly demands a total security clearance of the building. She publicly mocks Violet's new business, calling it a cheap, disgusting, no-name company that belongs in the trash. She smiles in front of the cameras, telling Violet she should just shut down her sad little operation and give up right now. While Bianca is smirking and celebrating her victory, the corporate building manager suddenly steps up to the microphone. He announces a massive, game-changing piece of corporate news to the entire room of journalists. Harrison himself had secretly invested $50 million into Violet's brand a week ago. He is officially the primary majority shareholder and financial backer of her entire new startup company. Bianca is left completely completely speechless, her face turning bright red as her massive ego is utterly crushed in public. Not long after the corporate victory, another massive wave of family trouble hits Violet's personal life. Violet's traditional father finds out she is running a prominent, fast-growing female wellness business. He screams at the top of his lungs, claiming she is bringing total permanent shame to their legacy. The old man completely loses his explosive temper, raising a heavy wooden cane to strike his daughter down. Right before the heavy wood hits her shoulder, Harrison shatters the door open and appears like a shadow. He catches the flying cane midair with his bare hand, stopping the impact with absolute ease. He glares down at his terrified father-in-law with an ice-cold, murderous look in his dark eyes. He dangerously declares that Violet is his wife, not a slave, and she answers to absolutely no one but herself. He firmly grabs Violet's shaking hand and walks right out of the mansion without ever looking back. At that exact terrifying moment, Violet realizes her heart has completely and utterly fallen in love with him. On the quiet drive back to their luxury penthouse, Harrison slowly leans his upper body across the console close to her face. Violet's heart begins to race, and she thinks they are finally about to share a real, passionate kiss. She gets incredibly nervous, holding her breath and tightly closing her eyes in sweet anticipation. But this dense, emotionally blocked man simply reaches past her shoulders to grab his personal cell phone. The device was sitting right next to her leather seat's cup holder the entire time. A deeply embarrassed, blushing Violet quickly looks out the window, changing the subject to hide her red face. Once they arrive back at the penthouse, the toxic childhood actress still refuses to back off from their lives. Bianca calls Harrison's phone late at night, crying hysterically and pretending to be in immediate danger. This time, however, Harrison decides to show her absolute zero mercy or patience. Right in front of his listening wife, he speaks with an ice-cold, detached tone into the receiver. He tells Bianca that she has officially crossed the line, and they are now nothing more than total strangers. He hangs up the call without waiting for a reply, turning his deep, intense eyes directly onto Violet. He reminds her that while their marriage may have started as a cold, loveless trade of corporate assets, the very next second he drops the phone, leans down, and kisses her with an uncharacteristic wild passion. When the deep, breathtaking kiss finally ends, the usually stoic, untouchable CEO looks visibly flustered. His eyes are slightly bloodshot, and his powerful voice goes completely raspy in the quiet bedroom. He whispers softly that he has absolute zero experience with real romance or intimacy. Then he looks her dead in the eye, asking her if she will please help him practice a lot more from now on. During a high-profile, star-studded corporate product launch event downtown, Violet suddenly finds herself cornered by a pushy, arrogant young male celebrity. The guy completely crosses the line in public, grabbing her arm and acting familiar. He brings up a silly, meaningless joke they made back when they were little kids playing together. He acts like it is a binding romantic promise, creating an incredibly awkward, tense atmosphere in the room. As the surrounding high society guests begin to whisper, point fingers, and gossip about the scene, Violet's husband makes a dramatic entrance to clear the floor. He boldly claims his territory, wrapping a strong arm around her waist and pulling her flush against his chest. Then he whispers some chilling, definitive news right into the ear of the trembling male star. Lisa, the toxic socialite who has been targeting Violet from the shadows, is completely ruined. Harrison blacklisted her from every single financial and corporate network in the state, erasing her from their world. Without giving her a choice, he turns around and leads a quiet Violet out of the venue to his waiting car. Inside the luxury vehicle, his dominant, silent behavior makes the air feel incredibly heavy and tense. The long ride back is filled with an intense, suffocating sense of complete, absolute territorial control. However, the dark situation is much more complicated than it looks on the glossy surface. While Violet is stressing out over his sudden, aggressive change in attitude toward her, Lisa is already planning a vicious, illegal counterattack from her hideout in the dark. She leaks edited security camera footage online to launch a viral, destructive rumor campaign. She makes Violet's private life the absolute top trending topic across every tabloid site in the country. She secretly teams up with that same male celebrity to ruin Violet's reputation and destroy her business value. Soon after the leak, Violet meets the male celebrity at a quiet, high-end restaurant downtown. The dinner looks exactly like a private romantic date, but both individuals have deeply hidden motives. The celebrity keeps pushing her boundaries, setting subtle verbal traps with every single line he speaks. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Violet's husband is sitting right behind a decorative wooden screen. He watches the entire interaction with cold, calculating, predatory eyes from the shadows. He never steps out to interrupt, leaving their marriage feeling completely frozen at an absolute ice point. Back in the quiet privacy of the master bedroom, Violet finally snaps and tears down their fake domestic act. She confronts him directly, shouting that their marriage is just a cold, heartless trade of corporate assets. She tells him to his face that she will never develop real warm feelings of love for a machine like him. But after a crying Violet falls into a deep, exhausted sleep later that night, her husband leans over her sleeping form and handles her body with pure, unfiltered tenderness. His gentle, soft touch slowly cracks the icy shield of their business relationship. It leaves their complicated, high-stakes marriage hanging on a massive, agonizing cliffhanger. Check this out. The famous pop star Cody completely drops his friendly mask in public. He aggressively shoves a massive, expensive bouquet of red roses right into Violet's arms. Violet immediately pushes the flowers away, telling him she is done trending online with a clochard like him. Right then, Cody's personal phone rings with an incredibly urgent, high-priority call. Harrison's cold, dominant, booming voice comes blasting through the phone's speaker. He calmly announces he just bought out Cody's entire talent agency and management firm 10 minutes ago. He delivers a brutal career-ending order, telling him to take his filthy hands off his wife immediately. But as they say, you can't block every single toxic rumor spreading on global social media platforms. Soon, Harrison's assistant rushes into the executive suite to give him a breaking news alert. The media just dropped another massive, heavily edited report about the billionaire's wife. Violet is currently hiding inside a quiet pastry shop downtown, completely stressed and hyperventilating. Her best friend gasps at the wild headline flashing in bold letters on her tablet screen. It reads, "Billionaire Harrison catches famous pop star secret affair in public shop." To make matters worse, both of their family corporate stocks are crashing heavily on Wall Street. The market chart looks like a terrifying flatlining EKG machine in an emergency room. Violet refuses to sit back in fear and let her hard-earned name get dragged through the mud. She decides to march right outside the shop to find out exactly who is running this smear campaign. The very second she opens the glass door, a swarm of aggressive paparazzi surround her like vultures. The professional camera flashes are completely blinding, leaving her totally trapped on the sidewalk. Right when she is about to collapse from the pressure, a black luxury sedan screeches to a halt. Harrison rolls down the bulletproof window, delivering a sharp, unquestionable command to the crowd. He tells her to get in the car right now, physically pulling her out of the dangerous media mess. Sitting on the leather seat, Violet feels incredibly anxious, her hand shaking in her lap. She fully assumes Harrison is going to yell at her about the massive corporate market cap crash. Instead, he reaches over with a gentle hand and fixes her messy hair behind her ear. He softly tells her that his financial team is already stabilizing the family stock prices. He adds that his private security is actively tracking down the digital source of the original leak. Violet freezes in her seat, wondering if he would be this incredibly sweet to any woman in his position. Harrison looks at her and says they are married, and it is his absolute duty to protect his wife. That single logical line instantly kills the romantic spark blooming in her hopeful heart. To her, it proves he is just perfectly executing the contract role of a responsible husband. On the other side of the city, a miserable Cody is complaining loudly to his agent in a dark room. He just got completely banished to Miami to shoot cheap commercial ads for a whole consecutive month. Violet's best friend laughs out loud when she hears about the sudden, aggressive professional exile. It's completely obvious to everyone that Harrison is using his power to clear out a romantic rival, but the dangerous plot runs much deeper than a simple case of corporate jealousy. In a dark alleyway downtown, a mysterious woman wearing a black leather jacket steps up. She hands a thick stack of unmarked cash over to a shady, corrupt tabloid reporter. She fiercely orders him to make sure this cheating scandal escalates until it destroys Violet completely back at the luxury penthouse. Harrison personally brings her a warm, homemade bowl of soup. He even drops down to one knee on the rug, gently slipping her designer heels onto her feet. Looking down at this seemingly perfect, devoted man, Violet decides to finally test his heart. She asks him if he would treat any other arranged business wife with the exact same devotion. Harrison, being a typical dense, logical man, gives a completely honest, brutal answer. He tells her that out of sheer marital duty, contract responsibility, and honor, yes, he would. That single cold line completely shatters her remaining fragile sense of emotional security. When Harrison later carries her body to the bed and leans down for a passionate, deep kiss, Violet uses every single ounce of her strength to push his heavy chest away from her. With hot tears welling up in her eyes, she asks him if this intimacy is just another marital obligation. To her, his current sweetness is just a calculated performance for the upcoming press conference. She thinks he is just protecting their corporate bottom line and image before the board of directors. Seeing the deep, defensive, untrusting walls in her eyes, Harrison looks visibly devastated. He finally gives in, offering to send her abroad to a private island to avoid the media storm entirely. But Violet bites her lip, refuses to run away like a coward, and chooses to stay and face the fire. Finally, the highly anticipated live press conference kicks off at the City Hall downtown. The hostile reporters throw brutal, sharp questions, openly calling their high-profile marriage a total sham. They claim the couple is only standing together on stage to save their crashing, volatile stock prices. Facing the intense public scrutiny, Harrison doesn't back down or flinch for a single second. He tightly locks his strong fingers through Violet's trembling hand on the center podium. He fires back at the press, stating clearly that his wife is shy, but their love is completely real. Then he turns his head to look directly at Violet, dropping a massive bomb on live national television. He states clearly to the cameras that he loves her deeply and will cherish her for the rest of his life. The entire media room goes completely wild and erupts into chaos at the sudden confession. A frantic reporter immediately thrusts a microphone right into Violet's shocked face. He loudly asks, "Miss Vance, do you actually love your husband back, or is this for show?" Facing this massive, internationally broadcasted profession of true love, what kind of real answer will Violet choose to give to the waiting world? Harrison's deep obsession with his wife has officially hit the absolute maximum limit. He tracks her daily schedule constantly through automated phone network updates. He even sends his top personal security assistant to blend into their household staff. The assistant has strict confidential orders to keep tabs on her everyday movements. To fulfill the difficult task without raising her suspicion, the assistant makes up a fake medical excuse. He claims he has a severe heart condition just to spend hours spying on Violet's private garden layout. Meanwhile, Violet is currently giving a guest academic lecture at a local university auditorium. Harrison shows up completely unannounced, sitting quietly in the back row to watch her speak. But things get incredibly tense when his wealthy friend, Sterling, sits down right next to him. Sterling falls in love with Violet at first sight from afar, remaining completely, hilariously clueless. He calls her his absolute ultimate dream girl right in front of the silent husband. He even brags about cornering her and getting her private phone number after the class wraps up. Harrison watches his friend's moves, keeping his cool like a dangerous silent predator in the grass. The exact second the lecture wraps up, Sterling blocks Violet's path in the crowded hallway. He starts hitting on her aggressively, dropping some completely arrogant, wealthy, elite logic. He claims that if her husband gets mad about a romantic rival, it just proves he doesn't love her. Violet is about to snap back at his ridiculous, brainless nonsense with an insult, but she stops dead when she sees Harrison's tall, imposing silhouette appear right behind him. Before the corporate fight even begins, Sterling just walks straight into a dangerous firing zone. Violet looks up and sees her husband walking over through the crowded restaurant lobby, his tall figure immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. She turns to the pushy college guy who has been bothering her and brags with a triumphant, smug smile. "Well, look at that. Here's my husband now." The kid gets totally jealous, his face dropping instantly as he points a finger at Harrison and snaps, "You think I'm too young, so you prefer older guys. What kind of weird, desperate daddy Zan issue kink is that?" Before Harrison can even step in and lose his temper, a distinguished older gentleman walks up right behind them and barks with absolute unquestionable authority. What class are you in? Young man, watch your mouth when you speak to guests. It turns out this sharply dressed older gentleman is none other than Professor Franklin from the university's main academic department. The professor instantly recognizes the troublemaker as a sophomore marketing major who sits in the back of his own lecture hall. He looks the kid down coldly and asks, "Do you even want to pass your finals, or are you planning to throw away your entire grades this semester?" The once arrogant college kid instantly panics, dropping his tough Dan guy act as he bows down repeatedly and apologizes like crazy to save his own skin. But right before he runs off out the double doors, he turns back and yells one last desperate unhinged line to Violet. "Hey, a guy who truly loves you wouldn't care if you're already married." That ridiculous comment completely ticks Harrison off, making him grit his teeth in pure, silent, territorial anger. A moment later, the tension clears up, and the four of them are sitting comfortably around a big round table in a private VIP dining booth. Professor Franklin raises his wine glass, nicely apologizing on behalf of his reckless, hot, Zan-headed student's embarrassing behavior. Harrison smiles politely like a seasoned corporate executive and raises his own glass to return the professional toast. Meanwhile, Violet's best friend Lily can't contain her burning curiosity for another single second. She quickly leans over and asks the professor how on earth he knows a big Zan-time, high Zan profile billionaire CEO like Harrison. The professor smiles proudly and explains that Harrison recently attended one of his Open University lectures on market trends. He says Harrison was deeply moved by the academic presentation, so he came by today to fund a massive new educational partnership program. Lily smiles mischievously at Violet and teases her friend. "Wow, so your man is the big Zan-time investor. Violet, shouldn't you thank your wealthy benefactor properly?" Violet blushes a little, lifting her crystal glass and smiling softly across the table at Harrison. "Well then, this toast is completely for you." But inside her head, her chaotic inner monologue is running wild, thinking, "Investor, CEO, husband, honey, you sure have a lot of secret titles." Harrison just looks back at her with a gentle, incredibly loving smile and replies smoothly, "Whatever you say, my dear wife." Looking at how elegant, protective, and perfectly mature Harrison is acting tonight, Violet can't help but admire his composure. She secretly admits to herself that she's finally falling for the undeniable, sophisticated charm of a mature man. During the middle of the dinner, Harrison notices that Violet has been playing with her food and has barely touched a single bite. He politely makes a smooth excuse to step away from the table, giving her some breathing room from the heavy academic conversation. Walking into the long hallway, he stops a passing server, the gentle smile vanishing into an ice-stand cold look on his face. He gives a direct, chilling order to the staff. "There is a disruptive stranger harassing people outside my booth. Go handle it and throw him out immediately." After giving the ruthless command, Harrison walks back into the booth as if nothing happened at all, sliding back into his seat. He casually pulls a black elastic hair tie out of his jacket pocket and hands it over to Violet. He leans down and whispers gently into her ear, "You haven't eaten much. Tie your hair back so it is easier to enjoy your meal without any hassle." Professor Franklin looks at this sweet little interaction and praises Harrison for being an incredibly thoughtful, attentive partner. Even Lily can't help but whisper a tease to her blushing friend. "Looks like your big bad billionaire watches a lot of relationship advice videos on social media." Violet is smiling and hiding her face behind her napkin when she happens to glance out the large glass window of the booth. She spots the arrogant marketing kid standing right outside on the sidewalk, peering through the glass like a disciplined puppy. He honestly salutes toward the table to show his final respect, then quietly turns around and leaves the premises into the night. Violet watches the whole thing unfold, and her entire heart suddenly melts like warm honey on a summer day. She finally puts all the pieces together and realizes there was no random stranger. This was just her husband's subtle, dominant way of protecting her territory. The family drama actually started earlier that week, with a tense, distant phone call between the two. Violet called Harrison from home, and even though it was just an arranged corporate marriage, she tried to ask him who he truly cared about. Harrison didn't give her a straight answer, just dryly asking if she was still listening, showing the obvious emotional wall between them. Right after after that call, a frustrated Harrison was in his executive office asking his assistant how to actually make a woman happy. He decided to create a special massive flower delivery strategy to win her heart and break down her walls. He even instructed his staff to compile a massive spreadsheet of premium flower options to make absolutely sure Violet would smile. Later that evening, Violet got another unexpected call from Harrison, and his tone was unusually humble and careful. He softly asked her if he ever accidentally made her mad. Could she ever find it in her heart to forgive his mistakes? This weird, suspicious warning left Violet feeling completely confused and paranoid about his hidden motives. So when Harrison pulled up to her house with the vehicle completely packed to the roof with bright sunflowers, she didn't give him a warm welcome. Violet openly suspected someone else told him to buy them, and she loudly criticized his terrible taste in choosing random weeds. Later that evening at a Hyde's End art gallery event, the wrong choice of flowers made their conversation super awkward in front of the cameras. Harrison finally realized that his wife was genuinely upset and entirely uncompensated by the cheap generic gift. At that critical moment, Harrison decided to drop the corporate mask and show total, raw sincerity. He didn't just handle the flower situation, he made a public promise right in front of the entire gallery crowd and local media. He vowed that if he ever failed to understand her feelings in the future, he would never ask outsiders or spreadsheets for advice again. He promised he would come straight to Violet, look her in the eyes, and ask for her personal opinion on everything. That honest and firm attitude finally melted the remaining ice walls in Violet's guarded heart. They cleared up the entire misunderstanding right there at the gallery and walked out into the streets holding hands tight. Because she couldn't go out with the wealthy man she liked, a younger woman in a white cloak was frantically explaining things to her sister, but her older sister just mocked her choices with cold, harsh, unforgiving words, telling her she was ruining her life. Right then, a handsome man in a cardigan stepped up to the sister, totally ignoring the intense family pressure and high status. He stood firm, wrapped his arm around her waist, and protected the woman by his side from the cruel verbal abuse. It looked like a simple street argument at first, but their close, protective body language revealed a much deeper romantic affair between them. The scene transitions to a Hyde's End hotel room where the two lovers wake up the next morning, talking about the wild night they just shared. The woman complains with a deep blush on her cheeks, saying his endless passion kept her awake all night long. The man tries his best to soothe her with a sweet hug, but the pure, undeniable love in his eyes says it all. But their secret happiness doesn't last long, as the woman's father is suddenly rushed to the hospital with a critical emergency. In the hospital hallway, a mysterious man in a long coat stands by her side like a rock, promising to handle all the medical bills and surgery. Inside the room, the father and daughter talk is full of deep regret, and the father drops Harrison's name like there is a dark corporate secret involved. Right at that exact moment, Harrison storms into the hospital room with total undisputed dominance and a team of doctors. He fiercely protects the woman's dignity from her toxic family while showing a softer, gentle respect to the dying father on the bed. This complicated drama spanning heavy family tension and a hospital crisis is bound to change their relationships forever. The usually cold and mature Harrison is suddenly trying out cheesy, ridiculous romance pickup lines from the internet. Violet listens to his awkward confession and laughs so hard she almost cries, asking, "Aren't you being way too corny right now, honey?" Harrison looks completely serious, admitting his personal assistant recommended some trendy romance web dramas to him. He confesses he has been trying incredibly hard to learn the classic dominant billionaire CEO moves to impress her in daily life. Violet laughs and completely shuts him down, saying, "Nobody likes those old tropes anymore. That web writer clearly never worked a real corporate job." After sharing a good laugh together, Harrison sweetly wraps his big designer coat around Violet from behind to shield her from the wind. Violet smiles, leaning back into his warmth, and whispers, "I'm not cold at all. My husband is the perfect warm gentleman." They lock lock their fingers together tightly, taking a peaceful, slow stroll on the quiet way back home through the city lights. Opening the heavy front door of the penthouse, Violet is surprised to see a massive, beautiful candlelit dinner waiting on the table. Harrison smiles and tells her he let the entire housekeeping staff leave early so they could have some real quality privacy. He even proactively volunteers to do all the messy kitchen dishes himself after they finish eating. Seeing this powerful, wealthy man act like a sweet, attentive house husband is enough to make any woman swoon with affection. In the cozy atmosphere of the room, Violet leans against his chest and asks a question that's been bothering her gut for months. She whispers softly, "When you originally married me, was it honestly just because I'm young and beautiful?" Harrison decides to tease her, smirking as he gives a classic guy reply. "Well, yeah, obviously. What else would a billionaire want?" Seeing Violet's face instantly drop with disappointment, he turns completely serious and looks deep into her eyes. He holds her hands and whispers with absolute devotion, "I love you not because you're young or beautiful, but because you are uniquely you." Hearing that deep, sincere confession, Violet's remaining emotional walls completely melt away into the night. She finally realizes that even though Harrison rarely says, "I love you," his daily actions prove it every single second. No matter how sensitive, stubborn, or imperfect she chooses to be, he will always be there to hold her tight and protect her. They lose themselves completely in the romance and share a deep, breathtaking, passionate kiss in the dim light. Over the next few weeks, their daily relationship gets incredibly sweet and full of affection. One lazy afternoon, Violet is eating fresh strawberries and complains that he is too focused on his corporate laptop screen. She pouts her lips, saying he hasn't paid a single ounce of attention to her for a whole 15 minutes. To get her busy husband's attention, she walks over with her fruit plate and sits directly on his lap, blocking his view. Faced with his beautiful wife throwing herself at him, Harrison knows exactly how to handle the situation. He immediately closes his laptop screen, promising her he will only eat the sour ends of the strawberries from now on. He vows to save the sweetest, juiciest tips of the fruit entirely for Violet's plate every single day. Violet laughs, asking where on earth he learned that classic move, and Harrison looks completely proud of his research. He smiles and says, "Internet videos. It was listed under the top 10 tips to make your wife happy and loyal." Violet smiles, feeding him a sweet strawberry, and says firmly, "I'm never going to doubt your love or your efforts again." They share a warm, tight embrace in the middle of their quiet living room, completely content. Violet tells Harrison that because of his presence, this place finally feels like the stable home she always dreamed of as a kid. Harrison hugs her back softly, thanking her for bringing so much vibrant color into his boring, lonely corporate life. With the romantic atmosphere hitting an absolute peak, Harrison isn't about to lose his chance to ask for a reward. He gives her a meaningful look, hinting that the living room rug is incredibly big, soft, and comfortable. Violet immediately catches his drift, blushing deeply as she teases, "I bet your web dramas didn't teach you that specific move." Before she can even finish her sentence, they both fall onto the soft rug together in each other's arms. Sharing a deep, romantic kiss, their sweet daily life comes to a perfect, beautiful, and happy end. In the golden, sun-drenched autumn of 1997, the fresh, crisp winds of a brand new economic era were just beginning to blow across the changing, hopeful landscape of the country. It was a time when the crowded concrete streets were completely flooded with people wearing the exact same rigid styles, all trapped in a monotonous, depressing sea of drab gray and blue clothes. Sharon walked slowly down the concrete sidewalk of the small conservative town, keeping a tight, fiercely protective grip on the small hand of her little 6-year-old daughter, Chloe. Little Chloe looked up at her mother's face with a heavy, anxious heart, her big eyes filled with absolute confusion, vulnerability, and deep, overwhelming worry. She asked in a shaky, quiet whisper that almost got lost in the wind, "Mom, are you completely sure we can really survive out here on our own after running away from the Douglas family?" Sharon immediately knelt down right there on the pavement, gently fixing her daughter's worn jacket with an unshakable, confident smile lighting up her face. She looked directly into her daughter's fearful eyes and said, "Sweetie, listen to me closely. We aren't just going to survive in this world, we are going to absolutely thrive." Looking at the rushing crowd of everyday pedestrians pedestrians. Sharon knew a big commercial secret. The women in this town were secretly tired of the old ways and desperately wanted to look beautiful. To find a permanent place to live and start her new enterprise, Sharon searched every single corner of the commercial district for an available storefront. Right next to a busy local barber shop, she finally spotted an empty, run-down commercial property that had perfect potential. An old man who was sitting outside the barber shop gave her a friendly, realistic warning about the space. He explained that the house belonged to a wealthy old lady named Mrs. Weaver, and her price was way too high for the local market. Because of that, absolutely nobody had been able to lease or use the property for a very long time. He shook his head, adding that the old lady's personality was as stubborn and hard as a block of pure marble. Sharon didn't back down from the warning at all, breaking into a bright, completely fearless smile. She looked at the shop and said, "Perfect. It just so happens that I love a good challenge, and I'm ready to deal with a block of marble." She pushed open the worn, squeaking wooden door and stepped inside the dusty, empty property. Mrs. Weaver was sitting quietly on a wooden bench reading the local daily newspaper. Without even lifting her head to look at the newcomers, the old lady said in a freezing tone, "The rent is $5 a month, paid yearly in advance, and I don't do bargaining." Sharon took a slow walk around the tiny 30 Zan squared Zan meter, 2 Zan room commercial space to check the walls. She looked the old woman in the eye and directly noted that even though it was near a busy street, $5 was way too expensive. She told her straight to her face that she was basically trying to charge premium gold prices for plain winter coal. But Mrs. Weaver clearly didn't care about the money at all. Folding her arms tightly, she proudly claimed she only rented the place out to get some peace and quiet away from family drama. She dropped her newspaper onto her lap and looked Sharon up and down with highly critical, judging eyes. She snapped, "Wait a minute, you're a single mother. Why on earth do you need a retail shop anyway? I absolutely don't lease my family property to shady people with messy lives." Hearing the heavily prejudiced, narrow Zan-minded comment, Sharon didn't lose her temper or get angry at all. She looked at the bitter old woman and immediately knew she was a highly intelligent, sharp lady. Her analytical talents were just being completely wasted and buried in this small, conservative country town. Sharon's mind raced at lightning speed, and she instantly flashed a warm, bright, incredibly charming smile. She leaned in close to the bench and said, "Wow, ma'am, you have such an elegant posture and an amazing aura. I bet you were a total heart Zan-stopping stunner when you were younger. You must have been the absolute most beautiful girl in this entire region." The sincere, flattering compliment hit the old lady right in her deepest sweet spot. A proud, glowing smile instantly broke out across Mrs. Weaver's wrinkled face. She waved her hand, claiming it was ancient history and not worth mentioning over a business deal. But then, she just couldn't help herself and started bragging about her glorious past to the room. She boasted that her old suitors used to line up all the way down the block and over the bridge just to talk to her. Seeing the old lady laughing and completely won over by her charm, Sharon knew one thing for certain: the little shop that held her and her daughter's entire future was now halfway secured in her hands. Her dream of opening a high-end tailor shop was officially about to begin. A few days later, Winston walked into the new shop to pick up a batch of wholesale buttons. Sharon saw a perfect opportunity and invited him to invest and partner in her tailor business. She told him they could work together, use their skills, and make some serious money. Sharon openly admitted that being a single mom was tough, but her heart was full of hope for the future. Hearing her raw honesty and determination, Winston felt a sudden powerful spark in his chest. Later that night, the winter sky grew completely dark outside the shop window. The old coal heater suddenly died, and the entire room turned freezing cold in a matter of minutes. Sharon wrapped her arms around herself, deeply worried that little Chloe might catch a bad cold. Winston immediately stepped up, grabbed his tools, and carefully fixed the broken heater for them. He showed a deeply gentle, protective, and caring side that touched the very bottom of her heart. This sweet, cozy moment made Sharon fall for Winston even more than before. Sharon stayed up late into the night under a single lamp to sew a beautiful new shirt for Winston, but they had a minor, awkward misunderstanding earlier in the day over the button inventory situation. Winston seemed a bit down, quiet, and emotionally distant about the whole thing. Sharon saw right through his tough exterior and decided to openly confess her true feelings to him. She gently told him she didn't demand or expect an immediate romantic answer from him. She just wanted him to take her words seriously and really think about their connection. Feeling her deep, unfiltered sincerity, Winston finally stopped hiding his true emotions from her. They locked eyes in the quiet room, and their hearts pulled closer than they ever had before. In the end, they held hands and promised to build a beautiful, bright future together. A month later, Sharon and Winston finally scored their first major business victory in town. They were standing by the counter, holding $1,000 in cash from a massive order, dreaming big. But out of absolute nowhere, a terrible, heartbreaking medical emergency struck the family. Winston's elderly mother suffered a sudden, catastrophic stroke and collapsed on the floor. They rushed to the county hospital, where the head doctor gave them a brutal, cold ultimatum. The emergency life-saving surgery required exactly $1,000 in cash up front before they could start. But Winston's dad had passed away years ago, leaving the family in deep, unpayable debt. There was absolutely no way they could scrape up that kind of cash to save her life. The mother lost all hope, crying in her bed and begging Winston to take her home so she could die in peace. At the critical moment, Sharon stepped right in and stopped the nurse from discharging her. Without a single second of hesitation, she emptied her entire business savings to pay the medical bill. The massive sacrifice by Sharon only triggered intense jealousy in the bitter neighbors. Linda and Carol, the town's two biggest, nastiest gossips, came marching into the hospital. They brought a few cheap, broken eggs, pretending to visit the sick mother out of kindness. Instead, the moment they sat down, they started spreading toxic rumors right inside the ward. They loudly called Sharon a cursed, desperate woman and a bad omen to the entire family line. They kept throwing dirt on her reputation, smiling maliciously at each other. But just as they were celebrating their cruelty, the weak mother on the bed suddenly snapped. After facing the doors of death, the old lady knew exactly who truly cared about her life. She glared at the gossips, yelling at them to shut their filthy mouths and get the hell out of her room. Then she proudly announced to the entire medical staff and the family, "Sharon is going to be my future daughter in-law, and absolutely nobody touches her in this town." The scene cuts back to the shop, where the young couple worked late into the night under a single lamp. Sharon sewed the seams while dreaming about opening a massive modern clothing factory in the future. In her pure excitement, her tongue slipped, and she almost revealed her ultimate secret to Winston. She nearly admitted that her soul was actually a time-zan traveler from the modern year of Launtenin Archelieu. Watching Winston clumsily and cutely try to help her sew buttons onto the fabric, Sharon smiled warmly. Before she even knew it, she leaned her head onto his strong shoulder and fell fast asleep from exhaustion. The very next morning, the local town manager knocked loudly on their shop door. He brought a massive, highly profitable corporate order for 20 sets of heavy Zan duty work uniforms. The local Kodzan OP department store needed them completed as soon as humanly possible. Sharon accepted the contract and signed the papers without a single second of hesitation. However, a deeply jealous Carol sneaked into the dark workshop at midnight with a flashlight. She grabbed a pair of sharp tailoring shears and cut the expensive black fabric into completely useless shreds. 5 long days passed, and the delivery day finally arrived in a storm of anxiety. Carol followed the town manager right into the shop, wearing a smug face, waiting to watch Sharon fail. But she never expected Sharon to calmly bring out the uniforms, completed right on time. The stitch work and craftsmanship on the entire batch of clothes was absolutely undeniably flawless. In reality, Sharon had discovered the ruined, slashed fabric days ago during her morning routine. Using her master modern skills, she had cleverly and beautifully pieced the remaining scraps together. Carol was completely exposed as a liar and a saboteur, unable to utter a single word in her defense. The manager saw the truth of her actions and made a definitive final business decision on the spot. He gave Sharon an exclusive, long Zan term contract for all future Kodzan OP uniform orders in the county. Hearing that Sharon's money saved her life and that the new tailor shop was absolutely booming, the mother broke down into tears of pure, overwhelming gratitude in her hospital bed. She tightly squeezed Sharon's hand, permanently dropping every single past prejudice she held. She looked her in the eye and promised that once she recovered, she would be her very first employee. But as soon as one massive wave settled, another major crisis hit the young family. family. Outside the shop doors, Carol and Linda gathered a violent mob of local thugs to cause trouble. This time, even Sharon's toxic, greedy ex-Dan husband's family showed up to bleed her cash dry. Dale brought a crowd of angry men, demanding $50 for a fake store expansion fee. He even had the nerve to demand another $30 for a completely made Xanup settlement fee. To make matters worse, their spoiled brat of a son, Bobby, started causing a massive scene. He physically stole Chloe's favorite pen and ripped her school notebook to completely tiny shreds. The Douglas family refused to apologize, clinging to their backward, sexist, traditional views. Sharon could never ever let anyone mistreat or traumatize her innocent little daughter. She stood her ground on the sidewalk, pointing a finger and demanding a formal apology right there. Dale completely lost his temper, cursing out loud and raising his heavy fist to strike her down. Winston stepped in like a flash, grabbing his wrist in a brutal vice grip, fiercely protecting his woman. Right during the intense standoff, Chief Miller from the regional Codzan Op office ran over. He tried to flex his petty political power and administrative authority on the sidewalk. He insulted Winston in front of the crowd, saying working for a single mom was embarrassing. He threatened to fire him from his government post and reassign him to clean public toilets. Faced with a heavy financial intimidation, Winston didn't even blink an eye or flinch. He fired back instantly with total dominance. "I don't give a damn about this job. I quit right now." After the ugly storm passed, Winston pulled a beautiful new notebook from inside his coat. He handed it over to little Chloe, who broke into a wide smile of pure, absolute joy. He turned to look at a completely stunned Sharon, speaking from the very bottom of his heart. He told her he didn't throw away his government career just for her sake alone. He did it for the future of us as a real, unbreakable, loving family. From this day on, they would face every single storm and enemy in this town together. The three of them looked at each other in the sunlight, smiling with pure, unfiltered hope. Their beautiful new life together was finally just beginning to open up its wings. When the mother fell severely ill later that year, Sharon took care of her day and night with pure devotion. But the oldest son, Dale, and a bitter Carol Way accused her of playing a fake role for money. They claimed she had a shady hidden motive for helping the old lady rewrite her will. Facing the cruel public accusations from the siblings, Sharon didn't lose her temper at all. She simply focused all her energy on nursing the weak mother back to health in the bedroom. The family argument escalated, but the mother's health data was dropping dangerously fast. Sharon was forced to step in and make a strict, legally binding agreement with Dale. She made him sign a written confession and take partial financial responsibility for the bills. Only after he signed the papers did she agree to cover the rest of the expensive medical expenses. But a sudden, horrifying tragedy struck the room the exact moment Dale walked out of the house. The mother started coughing up thick blood, suffocating, and collapsed heavily onto the floor. The entire household instantly fell into a state of absolute screaming panic and chaos. Faced with a brutal matter of life and death, the true inner nature of everyone was tested. Inside the quiet hospital ward, the recovering mother finally opened her heart completely to Sharon. She confessed her deep regret and shame for her past behavior, arrogance, and prejudice. She publicly blessed her in front of the doctors, praising her as a wonderful daughter, Zan Inzan Law. When a quiet Dale walked back into the room and saw the deeply touching scene, the hard, cold truth finally hit his conscience, and his massive ego completely shattered. He dropped straight to his knees on the floor, weeping hysterically and repenting for his old ways. The long family war of bitterness, greed, and misunderstanding finally washed away in their tears. Sharon's pure, unbreakable kindness became the golden thread that sewed the family back together for good. Today is the biggest day in this entire Ohio town, a historic milestone that everyone has been waiting for. The Radiant Apparel Factory is officially open for business, marking a brand new chapter for the local economy. The grand opening ceremony is filled with cheering crowds, roaring laughter, and loud, thunderous applause. Even the town mayor showed up personally in his best suit to lead the formal ribbon Zan cutting ceremony on stage. But absolutely nobody in the audience could have predicted the beautiful surprise that happened next. Right after finishing his official speech, the mayor suddenly turned around and handed the live mic to Winston. He broke into a wide smile and told him to confess his true love to Sharon in front of the entire community. Winston took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, stepping forward onto the stage as the neighbors cheered. With every single eye in the town locked onto him, this honest, hard-zan working man blushed deeply and dropped to one knee. He held Sharon's hand tightly in his own, his voice shaking with pure, raw, and completely unedited emotion. Sharon, since the very first day you pushed open that door and opened your little tailor shop, I've wanted to protect you. I want to spend the rest of my days protecting you, protecting little Chloe, and looking after our beautiful home together. This past year has been so incredibly hard on you, and you've carried the weight of the world on your shoulders. I promise to always treat you right, to cherish you every single day, and to treat Chloe like my own flesh and blood. I will love you with everything I have for the rest of my life, and I will never look back or regret this moment. So right here in front of God and our town, will you do me the absolute honor of marrying me? Little Chloe was sitting right in the front row of the VIP section, clapping her tiny hands together with pure joy. She screamed at the top of her lungs with a huge smile, "Mom, say yes. Please marry him right now." Looking down at this sweet, devoted man who had shielded her and her daughter from every single storm, Sharon completely teared up. She smiled beautifully through her happy tears, took a deep breath, and gave him a gentle, loving nod of approval. Winston stood up completely thrilled and breathless, and pulled Sharon into a tight, incredibly warm embrace. The entire venue erupted into a massive, deafening round of applause as people cheered for the new couple. Chloe sat there watching her mother's beautiful, radiant smile, her little heart completely melting with pure happiness. On their long-awaited wedding night, the master bedroom was beautifully lit by rows of warm, flickering candles. Sharon sat gracefully on the edge of the bed in a bright red bridal suit, wearing her delicate white lace veil. Winston clumsily adjusted the edges of the fabric, looking down at his beautiful wife with a deeply tender smile. "There is absolutely no need to be nervous around me, honey. You're my wedded wife now, and we're in this journey for life." Outside the bedroom door, little Chloe was peeking through the tiny crack, thinking to herself with a warm heart, "Winston is truly the most amazing man, and he loves my mom and me from the very bottom of his soul. From this beautiful day on, I am so proud to call him my real, true dad." The colorful seasons changed in a flash, and 7 busy months passed by like a beautiful dream. Business at the Radiant Apparel factory was booming more than ever, expanding its reach across the state lines. The manufacturing workshop was completely packed with workers rushing to finish garments for the new winter line. It was already late at night, well past midnight, but a heavily pregnant Sharon was still sitting at her executive desk. She was completely lost in her creative workflow, carefully tweaking the new design sketches under the desk lamp. Winston walked into the quiet office, bringing her a warm cup of hot water with a deeply worried look on his face. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders, massaged the tension away, and tried to persuade her to stop working. "Sharon, please listen to me. You're pregnant, and you simply cannot keep staying up late like this every night. Our team has plenty of time to finish this export order before the shipping date, so please come back home and get some rest." Sharon patted his hand gently to comfort him, but shook her head with stubborn, unyielding determination. "I'm perfectly fine, honey. This specific international order determines the factory's entire reputation in the commercial market. I won't feel at peace or sleep a wink unless I personally oversee every single details of the production line. Look at this customized collar design. I changed it over 10 times, and it is finally completely perfect." She gently rubbed her large baby bump, a beautiful, radiantly happy smile appearing across her tired face. She told him she planned to take Winston and Chloe to the city holiday market once the order was fully shipped. 环境氛围再次突变，就在他刚准备扶着桌子站起身时，一股难以忍受的剧烈绞痛从他腹部猛烈袭来。Sharon clutched her stomach in pure, blinding agony, her body shaking as her face turned completely pale. The camera cuts away from the dramatic scene, and the timeline transitions straight to the year 1995. Winston and Sharon were sitting side by left-hand side on the sofa in the living room, the total mood feeling heavy and silent. Suddenly, the front door swung open wide, letting in the cool summer breeze. Their daughter Chloe, now a stunning, elegant, and fully grown young woman, walked right into the house. She rolled her heavy suitcase inside the entryway, beaming with absolute uncontainable excitement. "Dad, Mom, look who is here. I am finally back home from college." Seeing her beloved daughter after so many months apart, Sharon rushed over and held her incredibly tight. Tears of pure joy were welling up in her eyes, almost spilling over her cheeks as she kissed her daughter. Winston watched them embrace from the hallway, a warm, incredibly proud fatherly smile spreading across his face. At dinner that evening, Winston personally cooked his daughter's absolute favorite glazed ribs to celebrate the return. As Chloe ate happily, she suddenly blushed a little, put down her fork, and decided to share a huge personal secret. She shyly revealed to her parents that she had started dating a wonderful young man at her university. His name was Jack, a handsome guy with a mixed international background, and she said he was absolutely gorgeous. However, the exact millisecond the name Jack echoed in the quiet dining room, Sharon completely froze. The bright, welcoming smile on her face completely stiffened into a cold, icy, and terrified expression. After Chloe happily went to her room to unpack her clothes, Winston looked at his totally distracted, trembling wife. He asked with deep concern, "Sharon, please talk to me. You've been acting so incredibly strange lately. Ever since you heard about this young guy, Jack, you look like you've completely lost your sanity and peace. What on earth are you hiding from me behind closed doors?" Faced with her husband's intense, loving question, Sharon could no longer control her pent-up emotional burden. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks as she broke down completely, sobbing into her hands. She grabbed Winston's hands in pure desperation, crying out in total heart-wrenching agony. "What am I supposed to do? Winston, I never ever wanted to hide a single thing from you in my life. But if Chloe doesn't walk down her original path and marry him, the future Sharon will never be born. And if she is never born in the future timeline, the person standing right in front of you will completely cease to exist." Winston was completely baffled and confused by her words, but he held her trembling hands even tighter to steady her. His deep eyes were locked onto hers with absolute, unshakable, and unconditional trust. "Sharon, listen to me. I believe you. No matter how wild or impossible it sounds, I will always believe your words. But please tell me the truth. Who is this future version of yourself that you keep talking about?" Sharon wiped her tears with a shaking hand, looking at her husband with a sense of pure, desperate vulnerability. She finally decided to reveal the mind-blowing, impossible secret she had been carrying alone for decades. "Winston, I don't actually belong to this generation's original Sharon. My real name is also Sharon, but I am actually Chloe's future daughter from decades later in the Launsen. In her memories from her true past life before the reset, things were completely different and dark. Her mother, Chloe, had originally married a toxic, abusive, and alcoholic gambler named Sean. Chloe suffered endless misery and heartbreak her entire life before dying tragically in a horrific car crash. Back then, a young Sharon held her mother's cold, lifeless body in the rain, crying until she fainted from grief. When she opened her eyes again, her soul had miraculously traveled back into this era's version of Sharon. She built the apparel factory and protected young Chloe with everything she had to change her tragic destiny. She even tried to manipulate Chloe to meet Sean just to ensure her own future birth would still happen. Hearing this unbelievable sci-fi reality, Winston didn't feel a single shred of fear or doubt toward his wife. His heart broke into pieces for the immense crushing psychological weight she had been carrying all by herself. He finally understood why she always made bizarre choices that seemed to defy all traditional logic. He gently pulled his trembling wife into his strong arms, whispering softly and reassuringly into her hair. "Sharon, I understand why you're so terrified of changing the timeline and vanishing from my arms, but you cannot forget that Chloe is a living, breathing human being with her own soul. She is your mother, yes, but she is not a biological tool for you to fix your past timeline trauma. She has her own independent mind, her own dreams, and she has found someone she truly loves in college. Her unique destiny should be written by her own conscious choices, not by a programmed script you made." The word tool hit Sharon's mind like a massive massive, shocking wake-up call, completely shattering her dark obsession. She realized she had fought so hard in this life to break free from the chains of her own forced destiny. Yet here she was, weaving a tight, invisible net to trap the mother she loved the most in the world. Sharon dried her eyes, took a deep breath, and walked over to her daughter Chloe's bedroom. She gently cupped Chloe's beautiful face in her hands, her voice filled with deep, sincere, and emotional regret. "Chloe, I am so incredibly sorry. I was being entirely too stubborn, selfish, and controlling with you. I kept trying to use my own twisted fears and rules to dictate your entire future and happiness. When I was a young woman, all I wanted was to break free from control and live life on my own terms. From this day on, I promise to support every single choice you make, as long as it brings you pure joy." Chloe broke into a beautiful, radiant smile and threw herself into her mother's embrace with love. Sharon leaned her head against Winston's shoulder as they watched her, tears of sweet relief streaming down her face. The scene captures their beautiful, united family embrace on that peaceful, quiet evening in the living room. But the camera brutally cuts away from the warmth to the cold, sterile hallway of the city's public hospital. The lead doctor handed a formal medical report to Winston, his expression extremely grave and downcast. "Winston, I am so incredibly sorry, but your wife's condition has reached a terminal stage. Years of extreme corporate overwork and sleepless nights have completely destroyed her physical organs. The official, definitive diagnosis from the lab tests is advanced, late-stage liver cancer." Inside the quiet room, the pale winter sunlight filtered coldly through the thin white window curtains. Sharon lay weakly on the mattress, while a broken Winston held her hands, weeping uncontrollably at the bedside. Sharon slowly opened her heavy eyes, using her very last ounce of human strength to squeeze his fingers tight. She offered him a beautiful, flawless smile, her peaceful face completely free of any regret or sadness. "Winston, please don't cry for me anymore. I am not in any physical pain right now, I promise. My life has been more than worth it, and I wouldn't change a single choice I made in this timeline. I went from a broken, abused, single mother to building a massive, successful corporate empire for our family. I successfully protected Chloe's smile, and I truly lived a life that I can be proud of in the end. Being able to stand by your side, love you deeply, and rewrite our family's fate. I am so truly content." Sharon's beautiful eyes gently closed for the final time as her breathing slowed to a stop. No matter how loudly a heartbroken Winston called her name, she never opened her eyes again. She had crossed decades of time and space out of pure, fierce love for her mother's future. Now that the dust had settled, she fell into a deep, eternal sleep, completely surrounded by love. The heavy rain is pouring down like a solid, endless wall of freezing water inside the pitched and black Chicago night. The thick, stagnant air inside the luxury vehicle drops straight to the absolute freezing point, becoming suffocating and incredibly tense for everyone inside. Rachel's heart has been completely and utterly broken into tiny pieces by the endless cruelty and public humiliation she suffered from her ex-Jan husband's family. But as she sits there shivering in the back seat of the sedan, she never expected Silas, the most feared, ruthless, and untouchable billionaire in Chicago, to be sitting right across from her in the dark. His deep, piercing eyes are locked onto her pale, wet face, his low voice sounding incredibly cold but carrying a strangely hypnotic wave of absolute persuasion. "Rachel, look at the cold, hard facts available on your plate. Chris has already signed the final divorce papers without showing a single shred of regret or hesitation to the lawyers. The man has eyes and ears everywhere in this city, tracking your every single move since you walked out. Tell me the absolute truth. Do you want to sit here in the dark and cry like a victim, or do you want to make him pay for everything he did to you?" Rachel forces her shallow breathing to slow down, maintaining her dignity as she looks straight into his deep shadow. "What exactly are you trying to pitch to me right now, Silas, behind your family's back?" Silas leans forward into the dim light of the dashboard, bringing an overwhelming wave of dangerous, elite, and commanding pressure into her personal space. He opens his thin lips and drops two simple, life-altering words into the cold air between them. "Marry me." Hearing this wild, completely unexpected, and shocking shocking proposal, Rachel just lets out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh into her coat. Silas, I might be newly divorced and thrown out on the cold streets, but I am not that desperate to jump into another marital trap. Besides, you are legally Chris's biological uncle, meaning our family tree is a bit too close for comfort, don't you think? Silas interrupts her with a cold, sharp, calculating smirk, his dark eyes flashing with a predatory intelligence in the shadows. Isn't that corporate connection exactly the sweet point of running a flawless revenge campaign against him? Once you sign the official license and become my legal wife, you are instantly the first lady of the entire family dynasty. You will be his direct elder, sitting high above him on the board of directors at the main office. The very next, but right then, Silas slowly reaches up with a pale hand and pulls down his black medical face mask. His face is incredibly handsome, but terrifyingly pale, completely devoid of any natural life or healthy color under the streetlights. I am carrying a rare, highly toxic poison inside my bloodstream, and for 20 long years, the best doctors in the world have failed to find a cure. They swear on their professional careers that I won't make it past my 30th birthday, and my body has been physically broken and out of commission for ages. You don't have to worry about me crossing any physical lines with you when the bedroom doors close at night, but I desperately need your presence because the unique, soothing scent you naturally carry is the only thing on earth that calms my condition. If she wants to grab the ultimate weapon to tear down her enemies, why not borrow the sharpest, most dangerous knife in Chicago? A sudden flash of pure, unadulterated determination fills Rachel's beautiful eyes as she makes her decision. Fine, I'll agree to the terms and sign the marriage papers with your legal team. But I have one strict, non-negotiable condition. We keep this entire marriage a total secret from the media until the time is right. Silas looks at her with an absolute, intensely protective gaze, leaning even closer into her personal space. Whatever you want, it is a done deal, my first lady. But Rachel has absolutely no idea that the exact millisecond she says yes, a sharp, burning pain hits Silas's chest. He covers his mouth in sudden agony, coughing into his hand, his palm instantly stained with deep, boiling, and terrifyingly dark blood. Time flies by, and by the next morning inside the ancient family mansion, the air is thick with traditional tension. Chris and Sarah, the two toxic, unfaithful cheaters, are already busy sitting on the velvet sofa plotting their next big move. They fully assume the woman Silas married is just some cheap, second-hand village girl brought in to bring good luck to a dying invalid. They bring a rare, highly expensive mountain herb to the estate, hoping to get on Silas's good side before the quarterly meeting starts. They want to use the expensive gift to secure a permanent luxury room for Sarah inside the main family mansion layout. Chris even brags to Sarah, making a dark, arrogant promise right in the middle of the hallway. The very next time I run into that pathetic woman on the street, I'm going to force her to drop to her knees and crawl to your feet. Older family leaders sitting in the high chairs immediately drop their smiles, their faces turning completely sour with confusion. Charles starts complaining out loud to the family matriarch, his voice dripping with elitist disgust and corporate anger. He snaps that Silas is being completely reckless, marrying a total nobody with a messy, broken past on a whim. But the sharp old matriarch looks closely at Rachel's face, and her corporate heart skips a massive beat. The girl is dressed in very simple, plain clothes, completely surrounded by millions of dollars of priceless antiques in the room. Yet her posture is incredibly calm, looking at the immense family wealth like it is absolutely nothing to care about. There isn't a single shred of anxiety, greed, or lower Zan-class nervousness inside her deep, intelligent eyes. Right then, Silas's arrogant, spoiled niece, Mia, struts into the grand hall in her loud designer high heels. The moment she spots Rachel standing next to the wheelchair, she starts barking at her like a rabid dog in front of the servants. Rachel, do you honestly think you can just walk into our house and start talking trash about my life? Do you seriously believe playing the role of an aunt makes you better than the actual bloodline in this mansion? Last night you stole the place that belonged to my girl Sarah, you shameless, calculating, low-Zan-class gold digger. Facing the highly public explosive insult, Rachel doesn't even bother to blink or look up from her fingernails. She just takes a slow, elegant sip of her hot tea and speaks in a completely calm, freezing voice. Mia, I truly appreciate your intense, unbridled passion for your childhood friends, but I was born a sterling, and I will always hold my actions to that elite standard of behavior. This family may have a very high wall, but I highly doubt it flies higher than standard human respect for elders, right, ma'am? The completely fearless, dignified response instantly makes the old matriarch smile from her high chair, loving the spine on the girl. A few minutes later, out by the massive iron gates of the grand estate, Rachel stands completely alone in the heavy rain. Her personal phone rings, and she coldly hangs up on her billionaire biological family line without answering. She flatly rejects the private luxury helicopter transport they sent to pick her up from the front yard. Everyone in the High-Zan society world of Chicago thinks she is just a helpless, broken girl with zero family backing, but nobody knows she is actually the long-Zan lost head heiress that the powerful Sterling family has been hunting for years. The only reason she is staying in this house is because of the unique, ancient healing energy she controls in her hands. It is literally the only medicine on earth that can suppress the deadly, agonizing poison inside Silas's veins. If these peasants want to play a game of power, I might as well make it a complete bloodbath, she whispers to the rain. A chilling, terrifying wave of pure, dark intent flashes across Rachel's beautiful eyes as she turns back around into the house. Back inside the grand hall, the fake corporate drama is still running strong among the junior family members. Chris steps forward with Sarah, offering a rare piece of ancient ginseng to Silas's side table. He puts on a fake, submissive smile, claiming it is a gift out of pure, unfiltered respect for the family status. But his cheap corporate ambition and greed cannot hide from Silas's sharp, piercing eyes for a single second. Silas's long fingers slowly turn his prayer beads, his eyes remaining locked forward on the room. He drops a freezing question that cuts right through the noise, silencing every single guest in the hall. Chris, tell me about the bidding proposal for the West Side Luxury Resort project downtown. I heard from the board that the blueprints have been sitting completely frozen on your desk for a whole consecutive week. Yet, you have plenty of free time to buy gifts, play office politics, and bring random women into my private estate. Chris's face instantly drains of all natural color, cold sweat pouring down his neck as he stammers his excuses. Right at that perfect dramatic moment, the head butler steps forward into the center of the hall with his staff. He leads 2 rows of uniformed maids, walking straight up to Rachel with total, undisputed corporate respect. First Lady, here are the official welcoming gifts and luxury assets directly from the family matriarch's vault. We have also prepared the unlimited black cards for the medical supply, the key logs, and the master estate registry for your review. Silas watches his nephew's family with a completely detached, freezing expression that promises immense pain. His deep voice carries a dangerous wave of absolute authority that no one in the room dares to challenge. Everything in this house belongs to the First Lady now, so you better learn to respect her name. Chris, you brag every single day to the board about your business skills, so go bring me some real results. If you can't handle the corporate workload, pack your trash and get out of my building immediately. And this relationship farce you brought into my hall is an absolute embarrassment to our public image. If any of your personal drama ends up stressing my health, your entire division will be wiped clean from the corporate budget. The old matriarch snaps, slamming her heavy wooden cane against the floorboards with a loud, echoey bang. I have officially heard more than enough out of you ungrateful children today. Mia, drop to your knees right now and apologize to your aunt for your disgraceful mouth. Mia is completely terrified by the sudden show of absolute power, her mind going completely blank under the glare. Her knees go weak, and she falls hard onto the floor right in front of Rachel's designer shoes. She clutches the fabric of her dress in tears, sobbing out loud, "Aunt Rachel, I was wrong. Please forgive my ignorance and mouth." Silas turns his head toward Rachel, the icy coldness in his eyes instantly melting into pure, deep warmth. He grabs her hand, pulling her body straight into his lap with a dominant, smooth movement. Right in front of the entire stunned family, he leans down and kisses her deeply on the lips to seal the contract. Then, he throws a freezing glance at a trembling Chris and a completely pale Sarah Sarah standing by the door. He drops one single booming word that echoes through the high ceilings. "Gwyn, get out." The ex-gen husband's family scurries out of the grand hall like terrified animals running from a predator. Rachel rests comfortably against Silas's chest, feeling his heavy breathing slowly turn stable under her close touch. She breaks into a victorious, beautiful smile as the cameras catch her expression from the side. This twisted game of hides-and society revenge is officially launching its first major chapter tonight. The walls of this billionaire mansion are incredibly thick, and the air inside remains heavy with secrets. A headmaid steps up, presenting a heavy, beautifully crafted jade gift box with both of her hands. It is an exclusive, rare gift sent from the new First Lady directly to the old matriarch's quarters. The matriarch opens the box slowly, revealing a string of prayer beads carved with the elite sterling crest. It is an ancient, priceless heirloom, every single bead worth a massive financial fortune on the dark market. The old woman has survived decades of brutal corporate warfare, and she recognizes the signature crest instantly. She calculates the strategic moves in her mind, realizing Rachel has some serious hidden power backing her plays. On the other side of town, a panicked Chris is completely losing his mind over the pending resort project. Since he can't get an official appointment with Rachel, he takes all his rage out on his office employees. He paces around the boardroom, bragging to Sarah about his master plan to steal back the development contract. Right then, Sarah's phone rings with an unexpected incoming call from Rachel's private line. Rachel smoothly invites the two of them to come back over to the main mansion for a private talk. Chris thinks the sudden invitation is absolutely ridiculous and makes zero commercial sense for his career. They just got violently kicked out of the estate this morning, and now she wants to have tea with them. He wonders what kind of dangerous psychological mind game this woman is trying to play with his career. Chris leads Sarah back into the grand estate later that evening, trying his best to look professional. They drop to their knees, performing a full formal bow right in front of Rachel's elevated armchair. Chris rolls back his shoulders and swallows his immense pride, presenting a priceless royal jade bracelet to win back her favor. But Rachel doesn't even bother to glance at the glittering jewelry resting on the mahogany table. She drops a cold line, telling him to just leave it on the floor, completely crushing his remaining ego. Chris's fake polite mask completely breaks into pieces right then and there in the middle of the room. He completely loses his temper, lunging forward with a raised fist to strike her down in a blind rage. But Silas appears from the side like a shadow, catching his flying wrist in a brutal vice grip. With a sickening crack and a loud scream of pure agony, Chris's hand is broken on the spot. He drops to the floor, groaning in pure physical pain, looking completely ruined and pathetic. Just as the security team is about to move, the old matriarch walks in, leaning heavily on her cane. She screams at Chris's family for their absolute disrespect and low-zan class behavior in front of guests. She announces to the room that Rachel is the sole ruling queen of this entire household territory. She adds that Rachel is also the only authorized partner chosen by the powerful Sterling family dynasty. The old lady sighs, remembering how Chris's grandfather begged for this marriage alliance decades ago. She snaps at Chris, telling him he was too blind to recognize a diamond, treating her like a basic rock. Rachel sits calmly in her chair, her slender fingers holding a set of long glowing silver needles. With perfectly smooth moves, she demonstrates her legendary medical techniques right on a sick patient. She effortlessly cures a chronic respiratory illness, leaving the entire room in dead, terrified silence. Who would ever dare to call this powerful woman a helpless, abandoned ex-gen wife in this city again? The truth is finally out, and they are all just peasants trying to climb into her elite high world. The political waters of the house run incredibly deep, and the current is shifting fast. The old mother stares at her son's sudden healthy color, feeling highly suspicious of the treatment. She claims Rachel used the silver needles to manipulate his body, throwing heavy accusations around. Silas keeps an iced-and cold face, ordering everyone to clear the room and get out of his sight immediately. The second the door closes, he turns around to talk strategy with Rachel about the resort deal. It turns out these Arway individuals are running a highly synchronized partnership behind the scenes. But their plans run into a wall when the old mother announces a total lockdown of the main estate lines. To make sure Silas can get some proper rest, test. Rachel stays up all night finishing the financial reports. The next morning, the billionaire looks at the flawless business solutions covering his entire desk. His heart feels incredibly heavy, filled with a sudden wave of complicated, deep emotions. He realizes no chess master would ever walk away from a partner who supports him this deeply. The old lady drops another heavy executive directive onto the breakfast table the next morning. She states that if Rachel wants her name in the official family registry, she must pass a test. She orders her to spend the next 2 weeks inside the strict traditional manor academy downtown. The invitation is clearly a trap designed by her high Zan society enemies to break her spirit. Inside the moving car, Silas holds Rachel's hand tightly, his knuckles turning completely white. He warns her that the academy runs on a century of oppressive, hidden traditions and rules. Every single step inside those brick walls is going to be an absolute dangerous corporate battlefield. Sure enough, the moment she steps through the gates, a mob of wealthy socialites corners her in the yard. Women like Sarah start laughing, throwing nasty elitist insults about her country background. They openly mock her, calling her a cheap goods and luck charm bought for a dying invalid. During the mandatory calligraphy class, the women gather around to watch her fail at writing her name. But the second Rachel puts pen to paper, her brushstrokes are incredibly powerful, fierce, and precise. The black ink cuts through the parchment with the absolute grace of a master traditional artist. This level of elite skill could never belong to an uneducated country girl from a village. Even the head instructor, Mrs. Higgins, changes her expression from disgust to absolute total shock. Mrs. Higgins personally pours a cup of hot tea, stepping up to test Rachel's real background knowledge. Facing the sudden suspicion and the eyes of her rivals, Rachel just lets out a calm, confident smile. Inside the dangerous walls of this elite academy, her true path to ultimate revenge has only just begun to unfold. Something absolutely massive just went down in the corporate world. Sebastian Vance, the ruthless head of the Vance Empire, was sitting quietly in his wheelchair when his top lieutenant rushed in with incredibly urgent news. The highly coveted multi-billion-dollar West Side Resort project had just been snatched right out from under them at the very last second. Even more shockingly, the culprit behind this hostile takeover was the Sterling family, an elusive top-tier New York dynasty that almost never showed its face in public. Not only did the Sterlings hijack the massive deal, but they also had the audacity to send the original project files straight to the front desk of the Vance headquarters. They explicitly and boldly demanded that Sebastian open the classified documents himself. The panicked lieutenant simply couldn't understand why the Sterling family, who had never once done business in Chicago, would suddenly target their empire. However, Sebastian's sharp eyes narrowed, and he instantly saw right through the elaborate illusion. The Sterlings had specifically intercepted and sealed Julian's exact bid. It became crystal clear that they weren't targeting the Vance family as a whole, but rather aiming directly at that useless, incompetent loser, Julian. And the true brilliant mastermind orchestrating this entire operation behind the scenes could only be Rachel. Knowing perfectly well that Rachel had been stuck at the elite finishing school for 2 days, the icy glare on Sebastian's face grew dangerously colder. Just then, the lieutenant's phone rang sharply, and all the color instantly drained from his face as he listened. Their deeply planted inside informant at the academy had just sent an urgent code red emergency alert. During the afternoon physical education class, his wife Rachel had actually gotten into a brutal physical altercation with the other students. Hearing this alarming news, Sebastian couldn't sit still for another second and immediately ordered his driver to prep the car for the academy. The lieutenant nervously tried to remind him that the highly anticipated board meeting was about to start in minutes. Sebastian snapped back furiously, stating there was absolutely no need for a meeting when the project was already secured, and demanded they leave immediately. Meanwhile, the tension at the academy was thick enough to cut with a knife as the two sides faced off. Seeing Sebastian arrive right on time, Julian immediately played the ultimate victim to save his own skin. He aggressively pointed his finger at Rachel, shouting at the top of his lungs that this crazy woman had severely beaten Chloe and Mia. He shamelessly claimed he only wanted to discipline her for the sake of the family's honor, but she fought back and completely ruined their pristine reputation. However, Sebastian completely ignored his frantic, pathetic yelling as if he didn't even exist. He turned his wheelchair toward Rachel, his eyes full of deep, genuine concern, and gently asked if she was hurt anywhere. Rachel was incredibly smart and quickly decided to play along, using Julian's own outburst to put on a pitiful face and launch launch her own counter-complaint. She stated that she was perfectly fine, but casually mentioned that some people in the room simply had way too much unwarranted attitude. Not only did they repeatedly call her a dirty country bumpkin, but they also viciously insulted her as unwanted secondhand trash. They even had the nerve to falsely accuse her of maliciously plotting to keep Chloe out of the luxurious Serenity estate. Hearing these humiliating words repeated back, Julian foolishly chimed in, loudly claiming that every single insult was the absolute truth. Before the idiot could even finish his sentence, Sebastian's face darkened with pure rage, and his furious roar echoed through the entire room, demanding absolute silence. So, what exactly happened during that disastrous physical education class earlier in the day? The absolute truth was that Chloe and Mia had aggressively and intentionally provoked Rachel first without any reason. Chloe ran her filthy mouth, publicly and loudly humiliating Rachel as an uneducated country bumpkin and worthless used goods. She arrogantly warned that if Rachel got on her knees and begged Sebastian to let her into the estate, she might suffer slightly less torture. Rachel wasn't having any of their pathetic nonsense and sharply mocked them, noting that having a brain is a wonderful thing, but unfortunately, they lacked one. Enraged and completely humiliated by the sharp insult, Chloe completely lost her temper and was the first one to swing her fists. But she had absolutely no idea just how incredibly skilled, fast, and lethal Rachel truly was in hand-to-hand combat. Rachel simply dodged with a graceful sidestep, delivered a swift, devastating palm strike, and sent Chloe crashing to the floor in total miserable humiliation. Back in the present moment, Sebastian listened intently to Rachel's side of the story before turning his icy, murderous gaze toward Julian. He slowly and deliberately asked Julian if he actually had the audacity to try and teach her a lesson. Julian was still acting incredibly stubborn, making pathetic excuses that Rachel was being far too arrogant, and he had just temporarily lost his temper, completely out of patience with the excuses. Sebastian furiously barked a command, ordering him to get on his knees immediately. Crushed under Sebastian's overwhelming, terrifying presence, Julian, Chloe, and Mia had absolutely no choice but to drop to their knees in utter disgrace. Gritting his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, Julian reluctantly bowed his head and offered a forced apology to his uncle, but Sebastian coldly corrected him right on the spot, sharply asking exactly who he should be apologizing to. Swallowing his massive pride, a deeply humiliated Julian turned to Rachel and choked out a miserable, defeated apology. Sebastian gently reached out and took Rachel's hand, looking completely heartbroken as he asked if her hand hurt from hitting their faces. Rachel was momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in tone and honestly didn't know how to react to his gentle touch. Sebastian's next words were incredibly sweet and romantic enough to give absolutely anyone a toothache. He tenderly told her that from now on she should just let his bodyguard Carter do all the dirty work so she wouldn't ever have to soil her beautiful hands. Carter, standing firmly nearby, immediately agreed with deep respect, promising to beat anyone completely unrecognizable the second she gave the order. Next, Sebastian shifted his cold, unforgiving gaze directly to Chloe, who was visibly trembling on the floor. He had absolutely no intention of letting these bullies off easily, and immediately issued a chilling, permanent command. He formally announced that Chloe was immediately removed from the Vance family's prestigious candidate list and officially banned from their properties for life. In a single devastating moment, Chloe's lifelong dreams of marrying into high society shattered into a million tiny, irreparable pieces. Then, Sebastian slowly turned his icy, piercing stare back to Julian. When Julian desperately tried to use his status as a family heir to fight back, Sebastian mocked him ruthlessly and completely dismantled his ego. He severely warned Julian that even if he died without any children, an illegitimate son like him would never ever inherit a single dime of the Vance fortune. Finally, Sebastian looked at Mia, coldly stating that since she loved hanging out with such absolute trash, she could just rot in this academy forever. The villain's fragile alliance completely fell apart and shattered at that exact moment. To save her own skin and avoid lifetime punishment, Mia instantly turned on Chloe, screaming at the top of her lungs that she had been completely manipulated and tricked. Right as this pathetic group of bullies started viciously turning on each other like wild dogs, all the color suddenly drained from Sebastian's face. He began to cough violently, his chest heaving, and he even spat out a mouthful of dark red blood right there on the polished floor. Rachel's expression changed instantly from smug to sheer panic, and she rushed forward to catch his heavy body as he collapsed. Sebastian was rushed straight back to his massive master bedroom at the luxurious Serenity estate under heavy guard. Rachel wore an incredibly heavy, focused expression as she carefully pressed her fingers against his wrist to check his pulse. As soon as she felt the erratic rhythm, her heart instantly dropped deep into her stomach. His pulse was completely chaotic and entirely out of control, beating wildly like a set of erratic, booming war drums. The blood flow in his body was completely reversing course, making the medical situation critically and immediately dangerous. Hearing the terrible, heartbreaking news, Grandma Vance and Chairman Vance rushed over to the estate in an absolute panic. Seeing her beloved eldest grandson lying completely motionless and pale in the massive bed, Grandma Vance simply couldn't stop her tears from falling. A loyal subordinate quickly stepped into the room to explain exactly what had happened earlier that afternoon. He explained that Sebastian had suffered a severe life-threatening medical relapse because those arrogant branch family members infuriated him while he was fiercely protecting Rachel. Hearing this explanation, Chairman Vance exploded in a fit of violent anger, threatening to go break Julian's legs himself right that very second. Grandma Vance was absolutely heartbroken, crying heavily over the edge of the bed and practically begging her grandson not to leave her behind. Lying incredibly weakly in the large bed, Sebastian slowly forced his eyes open and comforted his weeping grandmother with a fading, breathy voice. He then turned his tired gaze to Rachel, weakly asking his family to officially and legally add her name to the Vance family registry just in case. He also weakly requested that everyone please leave the room so that Rachel could stay by his side entirely alone. Hearing this dire request, Rachel panicked and quickly stepped in to explain the severe medical situation to his grandmother. She urgently stated that his blood flow was completely reversing, and she needed everyone to leave so she could strip his shirt off and apply emergency acupuncture immediately. However, seeing her seemingly dying, fragile grandson subtly winking at her from the pillows, Grandma Vance instantly figured out the entire ruse. She secretly laughed to herself, fully realizing this brilliant brat was just playing the ultimate sympathy card to get his beautiful wife's undivided attention. Catching on to the scheme immediately, Grandma Vance switched into full dramatic acting mode in a single second. She turned to Chairman Vance, boldly declaring that matters of the heart required a lover's touch, and began aggressively rushing everyone out the door. Chairman Vance cluelessly lingered behind, asking if they should call the medics to use a defibrillator instead of leaving them alone. Grandma Vance forcefully smacked him with her heavy wooden cane, scolding him for wanting to electrocute his own son, and dragged him out of the room. Before finally closing the door, the subordinate considerately praised the old lady for her highly advanced emotional therapy tactics. Finally, the heavy oak doors clicked shut, leaving only the two of them alone in the incredibly quiet, dimly lit room. Desperate to save his life, Rachel didn't hesitate for a single second, and immediately reached out to quickly unbutton his crisp dress shirt. She muttered to herself about his impossibly strange pulse while reaching her delicate hands out toward his chest. But despite whispering that she shouldn't trouble herself, Sebastian suddenly grabbed her arm with an absolutely incredible, undeniable surge of strength. Completely losing her balance from the sudden pull, Rachel let out a loud gasp and fell directly onto his broad, muscular chest. Their bodies were instantly pressed tightly together with zero space between them, causing Rachel's face to flush a deep, bright red. With a lightning-fast, highly coordinated flip, Sebastian securely pinned her beneath him on the mattress, his eyes completely devoid of any previous illness or weakness. Rachel finally realized exactly what was going on and glared up at him with wide, completely shocked eyes. This manipulative man's dying, fragile act was just a complete, elaborate scam designed solely to trick her into his arms. Sebastian stared intensely down at her with deeply burning eyes and a dangerously wicked smirk playing softly on his lips. He leaned in incredibly close to her ear and whispered in a deep, husky, utterly captivating voice that he wanted an heir. After being completely exposed for his lies, Sebastian wasn't embarrassed in the slightest and just smiled even more shamelessly. Rachel definitely didn't back down, bravely pressing her delicate index finger directly against his thin, handsome lips. With a dangerously playful, highly calculating look in her eyes, she sarcastically complimented his absolutely excellent Oscar-worthy acting skills. She also sharply warned him that intentionally tricking her always comes with an incredibly heavy, unavoidable price. Looking down at this incredibly clever, fiery woman securely in his arms, Sebastian's eyes filled with a bottomless, overwhelming sense of affection. He could only gently bow his head and willingly admit defeat in this thrilling, high-stakes romantic tug-of-war between two brilliant minds. Late at night in the incredibly luxurious bridal suite of Serenity Estate, Rachel and the male lead deeply embraced, the air filled entirely with sweet, intoxicating tenderness. However, this perfect warm moment was painfully fleeting, as he suddenly suffered excruciating, blinding pain in his sleep. With completely calm, highly focused eyes, Rachel decisively used her legendary ghost face acupuncture technique to rapidly detoxify his system. Even though the long medical needles piercing his body caused unbearable, agonizing pain, he continued to place absolute, unwavering trust in Rachel. The scene dramatically shifted as Rachel confidently walked out of the massive gates of Serenity Estate entirely alone. She smoothly got into the back seat of a sleek, black Mercedes with a highly restricted special license plate to meet her waiting father, Richard Sterling. Facing her powerful father's furious booming scolding for legally marrying a sickly, disabled man, Rachel remained completely unbothered and perfectly calm. Richard angrily pulled out a stack of highly lucrative overseas mining transfer documents, desperately attempting to buy his daughter's change of heart with massive, unimaginable wealth. However, in Rachel's deeply ambitious eyes, this massive fortune that could easily shake the entire foundation of Chicago was nothing more than spare pocket change to her father. She firmly and utterly rejected his aggressive demand to take her back to the Sterling family's towering New York headquarters. In response to his sharp disdain for her newly wedded husband, Rachel bluntly stated she wasn't foolishly clinging to the past, but actively running toward a much bigger future. To aggressively avenge his daughter's honor, Richard even threatened to bring in heavy machinery and bulldoze the entire Vance mansion to the ground. Rachel calmly talked him down from the ledge and smoothly shut down his extreme, highly destructive ideas. Ultimately, Richard helplessly sighed and left her a highly secure contact number, heavily emphasizing that the powerful Sterling family would always be her ultimate, untouchable backup. As the heavy car door clicked closed, Rachel stared silently out the tinted window into the dark night. The raging anger in the father's eyes and the fierce, unbreakable determination in the daughter's clearly signaled an unprecedented, destructive storm rapidly approaching Chicago's elite circles. As soon as Rachel stepped elegantly out of the car, she was aggressively cornered by Julian and his overly dressed female companion. Julian rudely pointed his finger right at her nose, aggressively demanding to know exactly who the rich old man she just secretly met with was. He viciously and loudly cursed her for shamelessly cheating on his uncle behind his back in the middle of the night. Rachel wasn't taking a single ounce of his nonsense and immediately mocked him for being legally, undeniably blind. She bluntly and loudly pointed out that the man in the car was practically old enough to be his father. Furthermore, she completely exposed Julian's dirty, underhanded tactics of hiring private stalkers to manufacture fake scandals right to his stunned face. She dropped a harsh, terrifying warning, daring him to go complain to Sebastian and Grandma Vance if he actually had the guts to face their wrath. Meanwhile, unseen, highly lethal danger was quietly lurking in the dark carpeted hotel corridor. A mysterious woman in a tight red dress swayed her hips seductively, attempting to get uncomfortably close and seduce Sebastian. Sebastian coldly and ruthlessly told her to get lost, swiftly drawing the hidden razor-sharp sword securely concealed inside his custom cane. Seeing her elaborate seduction plan failing miserably, the woman actually threw a cloud of highly potent hallucinogenic poison powder right in his face. Inhaling the toxic dust, Sebastian instantly collapsed heavily to the floor, and the woman in red pounced on his incapacitated body like a starving wolf. The scene quickly cut to several powerful business executives gossiping heavily about Sebastian's recent injury during a lavish high-end dinner party. They were secretly and maliciously scheming about whether they should quickly find a new, healthier backer for the highly lucrative West Side project. To absolutely everyone's jaw-dropping shock, the heavy oak doors suddenly opened, and Sebastian walked into the room completely steadily without his wheelchair. Holding Rachel's arm with complete confidence, he casually dropped an absolute industry industry-shaking bombshell on the deeply stunned executives. The legendary, highly sought-after doctor who completely cured his paralyzed legs was none other than the famous, elusive Ghostface doctor. And this miraculous, world-renowned doctor was actually his own beautiful, incredibly talented wife, Rachel. She was also the exact same brilliant medical mind who miraculously saved the old master from the brink of death exactly 7 years ago. This massive, mind-blowing revelation left every single powerful executive in the room completely and utterly dumbfounded. After the tense dinner concluded, Sebastian got insanely, deeply jealous in the quiet courtyard, aggressively demanding to know who the mystery man she met in the car was. Upon finally learning it was the almighty, practically untouchable Sterling family from New York, Sebastian made a fiercely protective, romantic declaration. He firmly vowed that even if it cost him the entire Vance business empire, he would absolutely never let anyone hurt a single hair on her beautiful head. In response to his dramatic vow, Rachel casually reached into her purse and pulled out a top-tier military-grade encrypted communication device. She nonchalantly and calmly explained that the immensely powerful man was just dropping off a simple, everyday delivery for her. Sebastian finally realized that his beautiful, seemingly simple wife's true identity was unfathomably powerful and dangerously well-connected. It quickly turned out that the brutal attack on Sebastian in the hallway was never a random accident. Julian's spiteful female companion had accidentally discovered that his legs were completely healed and went entirely mad with toxic jealousy. She was the one who secretly supplied the potent poison to the woman in red, deeply hoping the drug would turn him into a complete, uncontrollable monster. She maliciously plotted to completely destroy his pristine reputation and permanently ruin his perfectly crafted life. The very next day, Grandma Vance threw a massive, dramatic fit at the breakfast table, loudly scolding Sebastian for irresponsibly not coming home at night. The bitter relatives sitting nearby quickly chimed in with their own sarcastic, highly passive-aggressive remarks aimed at the newlyweds. Rachel took her absolute sweet time defending her husband, smoothly claiming with a straight face that he was simply injured in the line of duty. The young couple started speaking in wild, highly suggestive riddles right in front of the entire highly conservative family. They kept casually mentioning how incredibly intense the detoxification method was and that they absolutely needed more private acupuncture sessions tonight. Although the older generation of elders were completely confused by the medical jargon, this massive, shameless display of affection successfully made Grandma Vance smile brightly. The timeline suddenly flashed back to the chaotic night he was heavily poisoned in the corridor. Sebastian forcefully and violently choked the woman in red against the wall, desperately demanding the antidote to the burning drug. After finding out there was absolutely no cure, he fought his way out of the hallway and literally crashed headfirst into Rachel's waiting arms, completely losing all rational control to the incredibly powerful aphrodisiac. He aggressively and passionately kissed her, quickly checking his racing pulse. Rachel realized the toxic drug was far too strong, turning the usually bossy, dominant CEO into a helpless, needy mess. She had absolutely no choice but to forcefully use acupuncture right there on the sofa to force the poison out, leading to a deeply passionate, unforgettable night together. While the beautiful couple's relationship rapidly and intensely heated up, the pathetic villains were still dreaming of an impossible victory. Julian was stressing out completely, sweating bullets over the highly competitive resort project's final bidding process. He suddenly received an exciting call from his subordinate, claiming the Vance family's proposal passed and the wealthy investors specifically chose the older version. Julian naturally and arrogantly assumed it was his own brilliant, flawless work and instantly let his massive ego go straight through the roof. He confidently swore to his followers that he would make Rachel kneel on the floor and beg for mercy at the upcoming bidding banquet. On the highly anticipated day of the banquet, absolutely everyone praised and shamelessly sucked up to Julian as if he were a king. As soon as Rachel elegantly appeared in the room, she faced relentless, crazy, and highly public mockery from Julian and his shallow date. Right when they were at their absolute peak of disgusting arrogance, Sebastian walked into the venue without his wheelchair, looking like an absolute untouchable boss. Julian was completely shocked to his core, yet he still desperately tried to use the project's massive credit to back himself up in the argument. Rachel simply sneered coldly and publicly exposed the brutal, undeniable truth to the entire room of investors. That winning older version of the proposal he was so proud of was actually completely written and designed by her own hands. Looking directly at a completely stunned, pale Julian, Rachel directly handed down his final, inescapable sentence. She coldly and loudly stated that since he completely wasted his chance, he was officially and permanently kicked out of the Vance family. On the family's most joyous, highly celebrated day, Sebastian and Rachel walked down the grand aisle hand in hand, under absolutely everyone's amazed gaze. The old lady beamed with overwhelming joy, happily sighing that their honorable ancestors had truly blessed the Vance family with a miracle. The powerful Sterling family representatives presented an incredibly lavish, jaw-dropping gift right on time for the ceremony. It wasn't just highly valuable in terms of money, but it carried deep, profound blessings for the couple's perfect, lifelong harmony. At that truly magical, breathtaking moment, Sebastian had eyes only for Rachel, completely and utterly ignoring the rest of the world around them. However, the Vance family's sweet peace was very short-lived and quickly interrupted. Radiating pure, unquestionable authority, Rachel publicly announced that Julian had been banished from the family and had absolutely no ties to their prestigious name. Before Julian could even process what happened to his life, the Sterling family arrived at the resort bidding with the priceless legendary South Sea Pearl. They explicitly and loudly stated to the press that this massive project was handpicked specifically for Sebastian and his brilliant wife. Julian completely and utterly panicked, his entire world crashing down around him. He had always arrogantly believed he secured this multi-billion-dollar project entirely by sucking up to the Sterlings himself. He never expected in his wildest dreams that he would lose absolutely everything in his foolish, greedy attempt to win. The so-called legal contract he happily signed was actually a massive, inescapable trap entirely set up and executed by Rachel. Get ready for the most satisfying hides-and-stakes divorce showdown ever captured on camera. Tiffany, the fierce and legendary daughter of General Vance, who achieved unmatched military glory on the northern frontier, made a jaw-dropping entrance into her own estate. The very second her boots crossed the threshold, she looked up and decided to execute a massive, life-altering move. She raised her hand and coldly commanded her personal guards to smash the giant golden plaque hanging over the main gate. The old family plaque had her toxic, unfaithful husband's name written all over it. The head butler, Wes, stood there on the driveway with his jaw completely dropped, trembling in fear as he tried to sweet-talk her. But Tiffany didn't even look at him, dropping a massive chilling bomb on the entire household instead. Listen to me closely from this moment on. We no longer have a master in this house. The man is completely dead to me. Everyone in high society thought Tiffany had completely lost her sanity after returning from the war zone, but when she called all the family servants into the open courtyard, they finally witnessed her real, absolute power. She stood tall under the morning sun and proudly announced her official divorce from General Hunter Vance. From this day forward, her massive family fortune and business assets have zero connection to that ungrateful leech. She immediately cut off all financial allowance, food, and luxury clothing privileges for Hunter's entire family. Then she told the new butler to pack up every single piece of clothes, furniture, and personal trash belonging to Hunter and his abusive mother. She ordered all their luggage wrapped in cheap white sheets and shipped directly back to his old run Zandown South Side apartment. The blind, corrupt butler, Wes, tried to use Hunter's military status to intimidate her in front of the staff. He stepped forward and shouted that this grand estate belonged to the great General Hunter Vance himself. Tiffany just laughed right in his face, completely tearing down his lies and exposing the brutal truth on the spot. This luxury mansion they lived in for 10 consecutive years was actually her own father's wedding gift to her. Without her family's money and political backing, Hunter would be absolutely nothing but a regular street soldier in this city. Wes was getting paid a high salary by her family, but was secretly playing spy for the soft, Zan-handed leech. Tiffany wasn't going to tolerate that backstabbing behavior for another second, firing him from his post right on the spot. She promoted a fiercely loyal guard named Chris to take over the head manager position immediately. She left him with a strict, non-Zan negotiable deadline to clear out every piece of the family's garbage before the sun went down. While the servants were busy packing up the boxes in the yard, Hunter himself finally strolled into the estate. He was the cheating general, looking extremely proud of his secret life and totally clueless about the storm. But the moment his boots hit the grass and he saw his bedding and clothes piled up in the mud, he completely froze. He looked at Tiffany with a dark, furious face, aggressively demanding to know what the hell was going on in his yard. How does this pathetic guy even have the nerve to stand there and ask that question after after what he did. Let's look back at the private family party they hosted a few days ago, which was absolutely disgusting. Hunter had been hiding 5 different mistresses in luxury apartments across town behind her back. He even had a secret baby boy with his latest favorite side girl, a manipulative woman named Mandy. At that party, Hunter's mother held the baby and insulted Tiffany publicly in front of all the elite guests. She called her a useless, barren woman who couldn't even manage to have a single child for the family. She laughed that Tiffany's brothers had all passed away on the bloody battlefields up north. She claimed the Vance family was just an empty shell now, meaning Tiffany had no real protection left to scare them. A shameless, weak Hunter agreed with his mother, planning to bring the illegitimate child into the main house. He openly wanted to force Tiffany to raise his mistress's baby as her own son to keep his legacy alive, but they never expected that a brilliant Tiffany already knew every single dirty detail about the fraud. She showed up at the middle of the party carrying her heavy bloods and stained combat spear. Mandy was so terrified by the cold, murderous gaze in her eyes that she dropped to her knees crying in the mud. She held her infant tight, begging Tiffany not to take her precious baby away from her arms. Hunter showed absolutely zero guilt, pointing a finger and calling his wife a crazy, uncultured woman in front of the press. He arrogantly shouted that he was bringing all 5 of his mistresses into the house whether she liked it or not. He even threatened to divorce and ruin her reputation if she didn't like the new arrangement. Tiffany didn't get mad or yell at all. She actually smiled right at his face when she heard the threat. She reached into her blazer, pulled out the finalized divorce papers, and threw them right at his chest. "I was honestly waiting for you to say those words. Sign the papers right now, and we are completely done forever." The greedy guests and the mistresses cheered, fully believing a lone woman couldn't survive in this city without a husband. To save his fragile male ego in front of the crowd, Hunter bit his own finger and signed the contract in blood. The second the blood contract cleared, the marriage was officially over and the trap was sprung. Before Hunter could even celebrate his new freedom, Tiffany's expression turned completely iced and cold. She slammed her spear onto the floor, ordering her private guards to clear the entire area. "Throw these backstabbing freeloaders and their cheap belongings out of my house this instant. If any of you trashy people step near my property lines again, I will personally break your legs." Seeing the grand golden plaque get smashed into pieces, Hunter and his mother finally felt a wave of pure panic. They realized she wasn't just throwing a small tantrum, she had completely cut down the tree they relied on. All the luxury boxes they packed were secretly emptied by her guards and replaced with old torn rags. The Vance family lost their social status, their fortune, and their dignity in a single afternoon. But the cheating husband's living nightmare was far from over, and justice was coming for his career. The real corporate and political trial was just beginning down at the Grand Hall of City Hall. Inside the beautiful palace, the young Emperor Kevin sat on his golden throne, looking over the files. Next to him sat Lord Austin, the powerful prince who remained completely silent but highly observant. Hunter had already been demoted by the board because of his terrible personal and moral scandals. He knelt in the middle of the marble hall, trembling with pure fear as he waited for his sentence. The chief official stood up, presenting a massive formal file to impeach him in front of the court. "Your Majesty, I am officially impeaching General Hunter Vance for conduct unbecoming of an officer. The man is completely corrupt, keeping 5 separate mistresses and hiding illegitimate children from the state. He publicly abandoned and humiliated the daughter of our late national war hero for a side girl. He has absolute zero integrity, and he is completely unfit to serve this government for another day." Another high official stood up, furious about the way Tiffany was mistreated by the family. He stated that insulting the daughter of a fallen war hero was a direct insult to the throne itself. Hunter was sweating bullets on the cold floor, banging his head against the stone to beg for mercy. He lied to the emperor, claiming he only did it because his wife was barren and couldn't have children. He claimed he just wanted to keep his family name alive in the city and had no evil intent. Right then, Lord Austin, who usually kept to himself in his wheelchair, spoke up with an ice-and-cold tone. The prince pointed out that Hunter spent every single night sleeping at his mistress's luxury apartments, yet he lied to the military log, claiming he was sleeping at the army barracks to serve the nation. His legal wife never even saw his face or shared a meal with him for for a whole consecutive year. How on earth could she ever have a child if he was constantly avoiding his own home? It was completely obvious to the board that he neglected her on purpose to ruin her name and keep her isolated. That heavy psychological blow from the prince dragged Hunter straight down into a deep, dark hole. The rest of the court officials turned on him instantly, screaming insults and demanding his removal. The young emperor was actually thrilled to see the chaotic scene playing out in front of his throne. The old ministers usually spent all day nagging him about his budget, but today they had a new target. He immediately used the momentum to strip Hunter of his final military powers and bank accounts. He ordered him to go back home immediately and fix his disgusting broken personal life. Walking down the palace hallway after the trial, Hunter grew more and more furious about the result. He marched over and blocked Lord Austen's wheelchair in the corridor with a dark, aggressive face. He barked, "Lord Austen, you and I have never had any personal or financial issues before today. Why on earth did you attack my character in front of the Emperor and dig into my private life like that?" Faced with the angry question, the powerful prince didn't even bother to look up at his face. He just slowly waved his designer fan, a dangerous, mysterious smile appearing on his lips. "Well, you are going to find out the real romantic reason for my actions very soon, General." He rolled away with total elegance and arrogance, leaving a completely confused Hunter standing in the hall. Meanwhile, a completely different, beautiful scene was unfolding over at Tiffany's private house. Her main maid came running into the garden, panting heavily and crying with pure excitement. Ma'am, you won't believe the incredible mind-blowing news from the capital. The head palace official is outside right now with a direct royal order from the Emperor himself." Tiffany was highly confused, but quickly fixed her blazer and knelt on the rug to receive the message. The official smiled warmly, opening the golden document to read the decree out loud to the room. "By direct order of the Emperor, we recognize the unmatched beauty and strength of Tiffany Vance. Lord Austen is currently 29 years old and ready to take a proper wife for his estate. Therefore, the Emperor officially names Tiffany as the new crown princess of his royal house." Hearing that she was suddenly engaged to Lord Austen, Tiffany was completely shocked and frozen. She pointed a finger at herself, asking the official if he had accidentally walked into the wrong house. The official laughed softly, handing the heavy golden document directly over to her shaking hands. "The Emperor never makes mistakes with his family. The prince is his own biological brother. Your days of suffering under that leech are over, and your blessings are just beginning to open up." As the official left the estate, Tiffany stared at the document, finally putting all the pieces together. Her toxic ex-Dan husband didn't lose his job and reputation in front of the court by total accident. Her new fiancé, Lord Austen, had been secretly tracking Hunter and destroying his career to protect her name. This ultimate revenge play completely crushed her ex-Dan family and left them in total financial ruin. It turned the abandoned divorced woman into the most powerful and protected lady in the city. A major corporate storm was currently brewing right outside the gates of the Zoe mansion downtown. Hunter and his mother were causing a massive scene, screaming at the guards about a marriage contract. They were trying to force a fake engagement onto Miss Zoe to steal her family's tech wealth. The mother and son were acting incredibly rude, shouting nasty insults at the young lady in public. Hunter even arrogantly threatened to chop her head off if she didn't sign the contract papers. Zoe just watched them play the fool on her driveway, calmly accepting the wedding date with a smile. But she left them with a sharp, chilling warning, stating clearly that his own head would drop first. It turns out Miss Zoe was absolutely not a weak woman you want to mess with in this city. She moved like lightning, stepping forward and kicking Hunter straight to the concrete floor in seconds. Then she ordered her security guards to tie Hunter's mother tightly to a wooden post in the yard. The guards pulled out heavy leather straps and whipped the old lady right there in the open courtyard. The mother was screaming in pure agony as the heavy lashes landed on her skin one by one. Hunter was losing his mind with panic, feeling completely helpless as his mother bled on the floor. He was terrified that his powerful new boss, Lord Austen, would discover this embarrassing mess. Meanwhile, Zoe acted like absolutely nothing happened, turning around to see the Dowager inside. The Dowager used her heavy family authority to put immense pressure on her future choices. choices. She warned Zoe that she must produce a male heir for the estate or accept a Kodzan wife next year. Zoe acted submissive on the outside, but her sharp mind was already working on a counter-Zan attack. She immediately filed a criminal harassment complaint with the city police against the Vance family. Back at their apartment, Hunter and his mother looked completely ruined, bleeding and broken. Their savings were completely gone, and the old lady was covered in severe wounds from the yard. They were trapped in a dead end, completely blind to the fact that the next big crisis was coming. Lord Austin held Tiffany's hand in front of the media, naming her his princess and first lady, but her pathetic ex-Jan husband, Hunter, jumped out like a piece of old trash to ruin the moment. He started screaming at the cameras, calling her a loose woman who broke her sacred marriage vows, but the guy completely forgot that he was just a parasitic leech living off her money for 10 years. Tiffany spent a decade using her hard-Zan earned salary to pay for his entire lifestyle and mistresses, yet she was treated like garbage by his abusive, ungrateful mother inside that house every day. Now, Hunter brought a stale piece of bread, begging her to come back and save his bank account. Tiffany didn't waste a single word or second on his pathetic manipulative excuse on the street. She slammed him onto the concrete sidewalk and beat him into a bloody pulp with her bare hands. That physical reality check completely shattered his foolish little dream of getting back her fortune. The scene shifts to the quiet garden yard, where a reborn Tiffany is practicing her traditional spear moves. Austin watched her glide across the grass with absolute deep fascination from his wheelchair. He casually mentioned a legendary silvered Zan-masked warrior who won the Northern War by saving the army. He looked her dead in the eye, asking her if she happened to know that mysterious war hero. Tiffany's eyes flashed with anxiety, and she quickly played dumb, denying any knowledge of the rumor. But her nervous, defensive reaction only proved to the prince that she was the hidden war god. Faced with the rising northern security threat, Tiffany showed brilliant military vision to his team. She pointed out the army's severe lack of funding, missing supplies, and empty general posts. Austin was deeply shocked and impressed by her advanced strategic understanding of national defense. To fix his paralyzed legs and cure her own internal medical issues caused by the war, she asked for special permission to read the ancient medical books inside the royal library. Austin agreed instantly, handing her a royal gold pass to the palace's private archives. But the very second her boots stepped into the palace courtyard, she ran face-Jan first into Princess Piper. Piper started hurling nasty insults at her, calling her a low-Zan-class slave who didn't belong there. She ordered her royal guards to force Tiffany onto her knees by physical strength to break her. Tiffany was a highly trained combat soldier and wasn't going to take that kind of toxic abuse anymore. She beat the guards to the ground in seconds and taught the arrogant princess a real lesson. Right during the massive fight, the emperor walked into the courtyard surrounded by his entourage. Nobody expected that the emperor would take Tiffany's side completely over his own family. He announced a massive twist, revealing she was actually his long-Zan lost daughter from his first marriage. Her official royal name was Princess Helena, the true firstborn heir to the entire throne. Piper tried to argue, but the emperor delivered a brutal, loud slap right across her face. He firmly protected his oldest daughter in front of the entire court, validating her royal bloodline. The emperor felt deeply guilty about her past, promising her an official coronation ceremony tomorrow. But that news instantly triggered the dark, jealous forces inside the palace bedroom walls. Empress Regina learned that her biological daughter Piper was beaten and humiliated in the yard. She gritted her teeth in pure, burning rage, vowing to destroy this new girl before she took the crown. The next day at the royal ceremony, the Empress launched her cruel pre-Zan planned attack on the princess. She sent a mean female official to teach Tiffany the palace rules in front of the court. The official used a heavy wooden ruler to strike Tiffany's injured legs over and over again. Princess Piper ran into the room to watch the torture, looking extremely smug and happy. She shouted that she was going to have Tiffany beaten to death today under the palace laws. She even pointed at her dusty boots, ordering Tiffany to drop down and lick them clean for mercy. Faced with the toxic, subhuman abuse, Tiffany completely snapped and fought back with fury. She threw the servants off her shoulders and grabbed Piper by her ankle in a brutal vice grip. Right at that exact second, Austin rushed into the room with his guards like a true savior. Seeing his beautiful wife covered in bruises with her shoulder completely dislocated from the fight. The prince's eyes turned pitch black with an absolute murderous rage that terrified the empress. This was a high stakes historical war between the royal court and the general's powerful firm. Earlier that month, a toxic woman named Mandy brought a baby to Tiffany's estate gate. She knelt in the pouring mud for hours, crying to the press that she was mistreated by the elites. She tried to play the victim to ruin Tiffany's public reputation and destroy her business standing. But Tiffany was way too smart, exposing her financial lies right in front of the gathering crowd. She proved she knew every single dark detail about Mandy's secret operations and payments. She peeled off her fake innocent act piece by piece until the media turned their cameras away. Just as Mandy was trapped by the facts, Hunter ran out of the shadows to protect his mistress. He openly insulted his own wife in front of the press, completely breaking Tiffany's remaining heart. But the real final showdown was about to take place at the Grand City Hall trial today. Hunter fully thought he could use his political connections to crush his wife's family business. But the emperor called a mysterious, legendary silver masked general onto the court floor. The soldier slowly pulled off the metal mask, leaving every single person in the room speechless. The beautiful face behind the silver shield belonged entirely to his ex-Dan wife, Tiffany Vance. She wasn't just a general's daughter. She was the supreme commander of the entire Northern Army. She was the exact same hero who risked her life in the Toxic Valley to save Hunter from the enemy years ago. Tiffany showed the entire court the heavy, deep war scars left on her skin from that rescue. Hunter completely collapsed onto the marble floor, his entire world and ego shattering into dust. The grand, malicious drama he created to ruin her ended up burying his own pathetic life for good. The massive political reckoning everyone was waiting for has finally exploded across Washington, D.C. Nobody in their wildest dreams could have ever predicted the truth about the mysterious operative. The silver masked soldier who won countless battles on the frontier was actually a woman. She was Diana, the biological daughter of a legendary, highly decorated general. Right in the middle of the crowded congressional chamber, Senator Christian Vance stood up. He and a fully armed Diana stood before the elite to publicly rip the mask off Gavin Harrison. They ruthlessly exposed him for illegally stealing military credit and manipulating the system. He had spent years shamelessly leeching off his wife's prominent family name. Faced with an overwhelming mountain of undeniable forensic financial data, Gavin froze. His decades-long lie about his heroic deeds was completely blown to absolute smithereens. His story about valiantly fighting off insurgent factions in Alaska was proven to be a myth. Diana calmly stepped forward and displayed the legendary Silver Wolf medal to the crowd. This was the priceless artifact she secured 10 years ago during a dangerous surprise raid. She had personally taken down the enemy insurgent leader to claim this prize. This unique military honor was the ultimate symbol of bravery for border soldiers. With the undeniable evidence stacked heavily against him, Gavin's fate was sealed. His crime of stealing the legacy of the Diana family was officially proven. He was guilty of treason and lying directly to the face of the president. The corrupt politicians who were paid to defend Gavin immediately turned their backs. They saw the tables turn and wanted to save their own careers from ruin. One by one, furious senators stood up in the chamber to heavily condemn him. They publicly exposed the fact that he was keeping 5 secret mistresses. He wasn't a dedicated public servant at all, but a pathologically greedy fraud. Older statesmen shouted that he had deeply disgraced her late father's legacy. They declared he was a total parasite who didn't deserve to hold office in Washington. Kneeling directly in the center of the cold marble floor, Gavin paralyzed with fear. His face turned pale as his political career flashed before his eyes. Sweating profusely under the immense pressure of the president, he broke down completely. He frantically begged for mercy and banged his head against the floor. Realizing that his carefully constructed web of lies could no longer protect him, he panicked. The absolute coward desperately tried to play a fake emotional card to save himself. He turned his teared and stained face toward Diana, begging for her forgiveness. He swore on his life that he had simply lost his mind due to temporary greed. He shamelessly promised that if she took him back, he would change his life. He would immediately cut all ties with his mistresses and secret daughters. He promised to throw them out and only keep his one legitimate son. Watching Gavin crawl through the mud just to protect his failing career made Diana sick. She looked at him with pure disgust and told him to drop the fake affection. She explicitly told him to stay far away from her for the rest of his days. She promised to physically beat him every single time their paths crossed. Diana then raised her weapon right before the assembly to show her power. She officially requested the president to severely punish the traitor without mercy. Sitting proudly at the head of the chamber, the president smiled secretly. He could not have been happier to see the chaotic internal drama unfold. The annoying politicians who usually criticized his administration were distracted. They were finally directing all their toxic anger at Gavin instead of him. The president slammed his heavy wooden gavel down to silence the room. He immediately issued a decisive, binding executive order against the fraud. He declared that due to severe moral failure, Gavin was stripped of all titles. He was officially exiled to the remote, freezing borders of Alaska to serve hard time. He was strictly ordered never to return to Washington, D.C. Without a summons, despite his overwhelming despair and silent rage, Gavin could only bow his head. He accepted his harsh sentence, like a defeated dog crawling in the dirt. After dealing with the absolute fraud, the president turned to Diana. He gave her a warm, comforting smile to honor her immense loyalty. He asked her what kind of Heidzan-ranking reward or massive fortune she desired. Diana didn't care about political power, high titles, or massive fortunes at all. She slowly knelt down before the president and made a shocking request. She asked for permission to legally adopt young Lily, the neglected little girl. Lily was currently being ignored and emotionally abused by the First Lady. The president hesitated for a brief moment, knowing the political weight. Transferring the custody of a child tied to the First family was a serious matter. Just as he prepared to summon Lily to the chamber, Senator Christian Vance spoke up. Christian's words instantly exposed a dark and deeply unsettling conspiracy. He revealed that a Heidzan-ranking White House aide had been paid off. They were hired to help Gavin spread malicious rumors to ruin Diana's reputation. The true mastermind behind this toxic smear campaign was the First Lady, Victoria. She wanted to crush Diana out of pure spite and professional jealousy. The petty First Lady was terrified of Diana's growing influence and prestige. Hearing Christian's damning accusation, the president slammed his hand down in fury. Right at that exact moment, young Lily was brought into the grand hall. Her knees were aching from being forced to wait outside for hours. When she learned that her custody was being transferred to Diana, she gasped. The neglected girl's eyes instantly lit up with a brilliant hope. The president seized the opportunity and loudly approved the adoption. He also promised that on the day Christian and Diana married, she would join the registry. Diana would officially become the new senator's wife with full royal honors. Overjoyed by the news, young Lily knelt down on the floor with tears. She happily called Diana her mother for the very first time in her life. With Gavin completely stripped of his power, his family fell into ruin. A beautiful act of poetic justice unfolded outside the old Harrison estate. Old Mrs. Harrison used to act like a tyrant and constantly abuse Diana. She was now completely defenseless without her son's political protection. Turned out on the streets like a stray dog, she clutched her bags in terror. She ran to Mandy's house and began pounding on the front door with rage. She screamed and cursed at the mistress for stealing her son's wealth. She blamed her for taking over the luxurious property and locking her out. But she never expected that this sweet mistress was a ruthless opportunist. Mandy opened the front door with a cold, unforgiving sneer on her face. Her old submissive and innocent act was completely gone forever. Without even glancing at the old woman throwing a tantrum, she acted. She lifted a bucket of foul, stinking wastewater and dumped it over her head. Mandy adjusted her dress and pointed aggressively at the old woman's face. She yelled at her to get lost and never show her face there again. She screamed that Gavin was exiled to Alaska for life and would never recover. She told her to stop acting like royalty when she was just a beggar. Mandy warned that if she ever caused a scene again, she would break her legs. Drenched from head to toe in filth, the broken old woman collapsed. She could only sit on the cold pavement and cry her eyes out in despair. Finally, the highly anticipated wedding day arrived for the happy couple. The entire city of Washington, D.C. was filled with bright decorations. Celebratory music echoed through the streets as the crowds gathered. With nowhere to live, old Mrs. Harrison could only watch from afar. She hid like a beggar among the massive crowds watching the procession. She watched with helpless regret as Diana stepped into the bright light. This was the woman she once kicked out and insulted for not providing an heir. Wearing a gorgeous custom bridal gown and a stunning crown, Diana shined. She was tenderly lifted into the luxury carriage by Christian himself. The massive, extravagant wedding procession completely captivated the entire city. Every neighbor and onlooker praised them as a flawless match made in heaven. As the luxury carriage curtains slowly closed, they smiled at each other. Christian and his new bride rode toward a lifetime of ultimate power. Meanwhile, old Mrs. Harrison Harrison watched them go, vomiting blood from jealousy. Right outside the prominent Brooks estate, another intense conflict was boiling over. Gavin and his mother, old Mrs. Harrison, were making a massive scene. They were demanding to interfere with Miss Vanessa Brooks' upcoming marriage. The mother and son were incredibly arrogant, publicly shouting insults. Gavin even wildly threatened to take off her head and kick it like a ball. Vanessa Brooks calmly watched the two fools make a scene on her property. She casually agreed to the wedding date just to mess with them, but her words were incredibly sharp, full of hidden danger. She warned that the bastard better be prepared to lose his own head. Clearly, Vanessa was not someone to be messed with at all. Moving with absolute precision, she kicked Gavin squarely to the ground. He collapsed from the single blow, groaning in intense pain. She immediately ordered her security team to bind old Mrs. Harrison tightly. They dragged her to the courtyard and whipped her right in front of him. The old woman wailed in agonizing pain as the lashes came down. Gavin was frantic with anxiety, deeply hurting for his mother's suffering. He was also terrified that Christian would discover this embarrassing mess. Meanwhile, Vanessa acted as if nothing important had happened. She turned around and went inside to pay her respects to the matriarch. The matriarch exerted immense pressure on her regarding the family line. She hinted that if she couldn't provide an heir, she would force a mistress on them. Vanessa appeared entirely obedient on the surface to keep the peace, but she had already formulated a brilliant plan in her mind to escape. She quietly filed a formal report with the city authorities about the Harrisons. She exposed their criminal behavior while watching everything unfold from afar. When the disgraced Harrison duo finally stumbled back to their room, they wept. They found the entire place completely trashed by local thugs. All of their hidden cash was completely gone, leaving them pennies. The old mother was suffering from severe, agonizing physical injuries. They were completely cornered and broken in their dark apartment. They were completely unaware that their true nightmare was just beginning. In the middle of the night, a shocking event shook the capital to its core. The president suddenly passed away under highly mysterious circumstances. The First Lady immediately ordered a complete lockdown of the headquarters. Christian instantly sensed that something was deeply wrong with the narrative. He realized the First Lady was attempting a hostile coup to seize control. The infant boy she claimed was the rightful heir was a complete fraud. Christian made a split-second decision to stop the evil woman. He knew he could never let her take absolute power over the country. He figured out that a loyal Secret Service agent had escaped into the night. The agent was carrying the official presidential seal to keep it safe. He immediately ordered his elite forces to march into the capital city. They prepared to eliminate the traitors and restore true order. Inside the Grand Assembly Hall, First Lady Victoria put on a fake display of grief. She announced to the gathered officials that the president was assassinated. She then held up an unidentified infant boy to the crowd. She forcefully declared him the sole bloodline and demanded his inauguration. She announced that she would step in to run the administration behind the scenes. The officials harbored deep suspicions about the child's identity, but under the loaded weapons of the rogue guards, nobody dared to speak. Right at that critical, heart-stopping second, the doors burst open. Christian and a fully armed Diana burst through the entrance like gods. Christian ruthlessly exposed the First Lady's massive lie to the assembly. He revealed that the infant was an illegitimate child from a distant branch. Furthermore, Christian brought out the ultimate, most lethal eyewitness. It was Sam, the president's loyal personal Secret Service agent. Sam stepped forward and testified that Victoria Tinsho Tsishala Jangwan. He explained how he risked his life to secure the presidential seal. With rock-solid evidence established, Christian held the seal high in the air. To save our nation from ruin, I will officially assume the presidency. Seeing the official seal, the politicians immediately fell to their knees. They swore absolute allegiance to their new leader right then and there. Christian's very first executive action was to order the arrest of the traitors. He sentenced the entire rogue faction to death for their crimes. 3 months later, peace was fully restored to the entire nation. Diana became the official First Lady while heavily pregnant with his child. Late that night, Diana walked into the Oval Office with a slight pout. She complained that the president hadn't visited her room in 3 months. The president looked at her with pure tenderness and explained his absence. He had spent every waking moment rooting out the remaining rogue forces. He gently told her that he didn't want to bring the dark scent of war to her. He wanted to keep her and the baby perfectly safe from the bloody conflict. The scene briefly flashed back to that fateful night of the assassination. It showed exactly how the old First Lady had ruthlessly struck down the leader. In reality, the new president and First Lady were deeply in love. When Diana suddenly woke up from a terrifying nightmare, he was was there. The president stayed by her side all night to comfort her fears. Diana thoughtfully brought him a warm bowl of nutritious soup to drink. But the moment the president took a single sip, he felt intense nausea. He leaned over the side of the bed and began to gag violently. Diana completely panicked, her face turning pale as she called for the doctor. The chief medical officer rushed into the room to examine him. The doctor checked the pulse and immediately burst into a massive smile. It turned out that the president wasn't sick or poisoned at all. Diana was actually pregnant and experiencing a unique metabolic reaction. The president was so overwhelmed with joy that he couldn't speak. The medical officer noted that the pulse was incredibly strong. He predicted a very high chance of delivering multiple children. After months of carrying the pregnancy, the day of labor finally arrived. Inside the delivery room, Diana fought with every ounce of her strength. Outside the door, the president paced back and forth like an anxious wreck. He was completely consumed by worry for his beautiful wife. Suddenly, a series of loud, healthy baby cries echoed through the hallway. An aide ran into the waiting area to deliver the incredible news. He happily announced that the First Lady had just given birth to a boy. Immediately after, a second healthy baby boy arrived into the world. Just when everyone believed the delivery was over, a third cry was heard. A beautiful baby girl was born, completing the miracle family. A miraculous set of triplets had officially arrived to the new dynasty. The president rushed into the room, tightly clutching Diana's hand. His eyes were full of infinite gratitude and deep, everlasting love. He tenderly promised her that he would protect this massive nation. He would devote his entire life to guarding his beautiful wife and children. Their incredible journey of danger had achieved the most perfect ending.